Hey guys. This is part 6 of What If Naruto Was in the Warring States era. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 21, Trial by Fire. Naruto's time out and about on the town, small as it was, came to an end when Anko frantically called as many of the brain trust as she could back to the inn that served as their main base of operations for the time being. Her reason for it all at first hearing sounded like, "There's a strong-ass guy in town. Thank the princess here," Anko said, gesturing to a red-faced Hinata who bowed modestly at receiving the credit. "She's the one who saw him first. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have given him a second glance." "It wasn't much," Hinata said humbly, averting her eyes away from everyone looking her way. "It's not even a significant gauge of his strength. All I could see was how much chakra he had and how strong it was. That's a pretty good gauge of how good someone might be," Tenten said, pointing out Naruto and Fu, the latter of whom waved from across the room. "It's definitely better than nothing. So what are we dealing with here?" At that, Hinata hesitated for a moment, not excited to further bring down anyone's mood. "The only two people with stronger chakra here are Naruto-kun and Jiraiya Deno." That was not what any of them wanted to hear. The entire room fell silent until Naruto spoke up, expressing the general consensus between the lot of them. "Well, hell then." Anko walked over and set her hand on top of Naruto's head as he sat with Kanako sleeping in his lap. "With our lil juggernaut here knocking on death's door, that means Jiraiya is the only one certain to be stronger than these guys. There are 12 by the way," she added after the fact. Naruto swatted the woman's hand away for the sake of his dignity. "They're not gonna send all 12 at once, right?" he asked. "That's overkill if they're all that strong." Tenten decidedly wasn't as positive as her best friend was. "Not if they think your dad is here. Let's be honest, if they're a group of badasses, they've probably got a bone to pick with Minato-sama or something," she reasoned, sighing as she slouched forward in her seat, cheeks in her hands. "Great. It's 12 powerhouses against the 8 of us, maybe, because the Hyuga clan isn't going to risk starting a war with the daimyo, even for this, and Naruto's about as useful as a plague-filled meat shield. So that makes 7. Naruto scoffed. "Screw you, Panda Buns. I can still fight." Tenten wasn't upset by the insult, challenging Naruto to prove her wrong instead. "Okay. Get off of that couch in one try." The rebreather did a terrible job of hiding Naruto's struggling expressions as his body tried to comfortably move to stand. I could," he said to save face after it became clear that it would take a massive effort to do so. "But I'd wake up Kanako, so I'm just gonna keep sitting here." Tenten seemed satisfied with that despite the circumstances. "Guess those commandos you owe me are gonna have to wait until you can actually do push-ups again." Naruto opened his mouth to belligerently dispute his own physical weakness until Jiraiya put a hand on his arm. "If you say you can do push-ups, she'll make you get on the floor to do one, and I sure as hell won't be picking your heavy ass back up." "Okay, one of our potential deterrents is clearly handicapped," Tenten said. "What about Fu?" Jiraiya shook his head as Fu kicked her feet from the arm of the couch she was sitting on. "I wouldn't say deterrent. Her seal's different. It doesn't give her as much exposure to the raw chakra as Naruto's, but she gets more bonus benefits right off the bat," he explained as the resident seal master on the premises. "Her thing is flight and a naturally super tough and strong body." Fu playfully flexed a deceptively frail-looking bicep for emphasis. "Now she's good. Hell, she's great. I'm not sure she could count as ace in the hole though." "Sorry," Fu chirped in apology. "For what? Not being a Jinchuriki/Biju stereotype," Naruto replied, getting a bright smile out of the girl. "I think not being an out-of-control raging chakra monster is a good thing since we're trying to live in this place. Accidentally making it a giant, smoking crater in the ground with the forests around it burning probably wouldn't work out well. That kind of collateral damage wasn't good for future investment into the land." "Do we really need that kind of firepower though?" Naruto asked, scratching his head curiously. "I mean, we're all well-trained ninjas here. It doesn't matter if we're outnumbered or can't go blockbuster in this place. We can totally take these guys." Anko did not share in his enthusiasm. "Kid, did you ever wonder why Hi-no Kuni got the best end of the stick when it came to land in the elemental nations?" And it was true. Hi-no Kuni had the best land for farming, the most plentiful and freshest waterways, the best access to the seas. Other than the fact that it was the main staging ground for most of the bitter ninja clan wars in existence, as a country it was by far the best. This would be one of the main reasons. Politics were dirty enough when subterfuge, sabotage, and murder weren't tools that were not only expected to be used, but encouraged by feudal lords. The leader with the biggest set of deadly human weapons was often the one responsible for how the maps were drawn, and the ones that didn't have them could only do so by paying off the one who could with whatever they wanted. Huh. Tenten said, impressed at Anko actually having the dirt they needed to get. Didn't take you for much of a historian? Anko chuckled and downplayed her own awareness of who they were facing. Oh no, I'm just a connoisseur of people who fuck shit up. These guys fit that category. Naruto punched into his palm determinedly, and flinched, immediately regretting the rash action. Alright then, how do we stop them? With violence? Jiraiya ventured semi-seriously with a shrug. No idea. They could be famous enough for me to know what their respective jutsu are, but no one even knows who the members of the Guardian Ninja are, so I couldn't tell you, he said. When these guys get called in, nothing's left standing afterwards. Therefore, no one survives to spread any rumors of their capabilities or any information that could help anyone else prepare for them in the future. It had been that way since the order was first established nearly a century ago. If Jiraiya was saying it, it had to be true. Getting information was one thing in particular the man had a knack for. Yet, looking across the room, when Tenten made eye contact with Naruto, she could tell that he still believed they would come out on top. Complications aside, life-threatening illness be damned. There wasn't a doubt in his mind. You're seriously overestimating me, Tenten said before Naruto could launch into some kind of rah-rah, kick their asses speech. I'm not a powerhouse. Neither is Anko, no offense. None taken. And neither is Shino, Hana, or the Hyugas, Tenten continued. Face it. As far as heavy hitters go, we're down to Jiraiya-sama and Fu. Speaking of members of the team, they had been talking for quite some time, and the straggler of their group still had not turned up yet. Where the hell is Shino? Naruto eventually asked. A part of Shino wanted to flee, but his logical side figured that it would be no good. The woman who had come out to confront him had done so for a reason. His insects could feel the potency of her chakra. It was foolish to venture this far out alone. Even if this place was peaceful. His opponent was powerful, and he wasn't the quickest on his team by a long shot. If he tried to run, he had no doubt that she would catch up to him in short order. To get himself out of this situation, there was no alternative other than going straight through her. Very well then, you've made a mistake, thinking I'll be so easy to defeat, Shino said, Kakachu flying from his sleeves as he readied himself for combat. You should never have come here. A fight? The woman giggled. You misunderstand. Here, let's try again. My name is Fuka, and all I want is a kiss. Does that really sound so bad? Her answer came in the form of a wave of insects flying right at her with the intent to overwhelm her and drain her dry of chakra. She let out a laugh as she avoided Shino's initial Kakachu swarm. Do you think your mass of bugs is supposed to scare me? Shino was not deterred by her taunts or her evasiveness. Whether you're afraid or not is irrelevant. Why? Because regardless, they'll be the reason you're defeated in the end, he retorted, using his hands to direct the movement of his insects. You have a lot of energy, the woman said as she formed hand seals in the air. I like that in my men. Well, I've got a little fire in me myself. Katan, Goku no Men, fire release, flame prison mask. From her mouth, she fired several compressed balls of fire that turned the insects caught in them to ash. But that was simply because they didn't hit anything solid enough to cause the true reaction meant for them. As they passed along toward Shino, they landed on the ground nearby and proceeded to explode on impact. Fuka chuckled darkly to herself, even as the smoke cleared to show that there was no blown-up corpse anywhere near where her attacks had landed. If the boy wanted to play hard to get, that was fine. Sometimes the chase was just as fun. You can't hide from me, she called out warningly. So mysterious with those glasses of yours. I'll bet you're a real looker under that hood and collar. There was no fun to be had from Shino's end. He had nearly been killed, suffering the same fate as so many of his Kakachu. Now out of Fuka's sight, he took the advantage to try and set up several countermeasures for whenever she found him again. It didn't take long for her to get her intended target in sight. Fuka emerged from the ground within his line of sight, attracting his attention. She had no flirtatious quips for him, only a smile that promised nothing good for him. She raised her arm and pointed in his direction, prompting him to jump away quickly from whatever was to happen next. Doton, Ganchutsu, Earth Release, Stone Column Spears! Several sharpened rock pillars emerged from the ground where Shino had been standing, coming just short of skewering him where he'd stood. Fuka didn't let up, however. Shino's trajectory didn't take him in the direction of a tree trunk where he would have been comparatively safe. Instead, he was headed straight for the ground again, making an easy target for her. Another set of spiked pillars ran him through gruesomely, catching him as he plummeted to the forest floor. Fuka was pleased with her work until she saw Shino's body break down into bugs and fly off. Her gorgeous features morphed into a wretched scowl. Tricky brat. The insects formed into an organized swarm and quickly pursued Fuka, trying to press their numbers' advantage to drain her of her chakra. Instead of showing any kind of fear in the face of his onslaught, she pulled out a scroll, unfurling it around herself in a quick movement. Her movements were concealed enough to make a break for it, but Shino's Kikaichu weren't fooled. They won't be thrown off so easily, Shino warned her as he could see his insects begin to land on her and siphon her chakra. Fuka laughed, despite her predicament. Making a short chain of hand seals, she extended her hands. I hope you didn't send your entire bug collection after me. Raiton, Jibashi, lightning release, electromagnetic murder. As if flying into a bug zapper, Shino's insects were killed. He could feel the little lights of each of their lives black out as they dropped and hit the ground. There was no time to dwell on their loss, however, as the lightning was quickly turned onto him. Shino dropped a smoke bomb to disrupt Fuka's aim, and used the opening he'd given himself to put some distance between himself and the deadly kunoichi. Why didn't she use the same jutsu as before to defend herself? He wondered to himself. The fire jutsu from before would have done effectively the same thing in killing his insects, unless she wanted to show off by using multiple elements. Hi there, handsome! Shino lashed out with a backhand strike in midair upon hearing Fuka's voice, but missed and turned around to the sight of the woman grabbing his shoulder. Raiton, Hiration, lightning release, lightning rod. Electricity caused Shino's body to seize up violently. His muscles couldn't even loosen up enough for him to let out a scream of pain. Fuka grinned evilly at the pain she was clearly causing her enemy, and punched him down to the ground. Following behind, she landed seated directly on his belly as he spasmed underneath her. She let out a sigh as she straddled Shino's stomach and leaned forward, stroking his face as she hovered over him provocatively. This could have been something more enjoyable, you know. But you just had to go and play hard to get. Oh well. We're here now, aren't we? With that, she pressed her lips to Shino's and put her jutsu to work. Shino's skin began to glow blue in the pattern of his body's tenketsu as his life energy was slowly drained from his body. All he could do was choke and gasp as Fuka drained him dry. The deadly kiss was interrupted, however, when Fuka pulled away with her hands to her mouth. She thrashed about on her feet, muffling her own screams. From between her fingers, insects crawled out of her mouth, doing to her what she had intended to do to Shino. Speaking of whom, Shino backed away from her on the ground, regaining his bearings and trying to recover as best as he could from the loss of chakra. But now his bugs were getting vengeance on his behalf in kind. Where did you think my insects came from, I wonder? He asked Fuka rhetorically over the sound of her screaming as his Kikaichu swarm began to drain her dry of her chakra from the inside. Did you think it was some kind of summoning jutsu? No. They come from inside of my body. I can send them out from anywhere. Even from inside of his mouth, and into Fuka's own. She got more from her little chakra-stealing kiss than she probably ever wanted. He watched until Fuka fell to the ground and lay motionless, his insects finishing the job of stealing her chakra away. At that point he silently got up off of the ground and began to leave. Why had that deranged woman attacked him out of the blue? Were the others in danger? Futon, Hanakairi Mai, wind release, flower scattering dance. A cyclone of flower petals hit Shino from behind and smashed him into a tree hard enough to crack the entire trunk. The jutsu vanished and allowed Shino to fall to the ground. He landed on his feet, but his legs weren't stable in the slightest. Bones in his body had broken due to the force of the technique, and the impact his body had against the tree. His left shoulder had been jarred out of the socket, and 3 of his ribs shattered on the backside. He could feel all of it. Turning around, he saw Fuka standing once again, and raged. It didn't make any sense. What? Shino mumbled weakly. How are you, Dash? My insects, Dash? You disgusting brat! Fuka snapped, cutting Shino off as she stalked toward him. You thought you were so clever, sicking your little pets on me. You should treat women with more respect. Forming a dragon hand seal, another cyclone of wind blasted forth from her hands, aimed directly at Shino. His mobility severely affected by his injuries, Shino tried to time his dodge to compensate, but it wasn't enough to avoid all of the cyclone. It hit him just enough to send him flying through the air and bouncing off of the ground. Shino's nails gripped the dirt as though he were trying to grab onto the ground to push himself up. Why are you doing this? Because we were ordered to, Fuka said before blowing into the palm of her hand. She formed a small whirlwind ball that spun rapidly in her grasp. Don't worry. Your friends will be joining you soon enough, sweetie. With a flick of her fingers, she fired the ball Shino's way, intending to do away with the young insect user. As the attack flew his way, Shino estimated his chances of surviving it from his position. They weren't good. Fuka covered her face as a small explosion threw dust and debris her way from the impact of her jutsu. She chuckled to herself at having finished off another enemy. If this was the best that this upstart little contingent had to offer, she could probably finish them all off by herself. Damned boy, she said to herself as she waited for the dust to clear so she could confirm her kill. Now I have to find someone with a lightning chakra nature to replace what I've lost. The theme of her day was unpleasant surprises, as she received another one once she was able to see Shino's body. Where she expected a corpse, she saw a young man with long brown hair, near solid white eyes, and long flowing robes. Well, I'm certainly entertaining quite a few gentlemen today. Fuka sneered in the direction of her new enemy. Niji ignored her, instead choosing to tend to Shino, who was still on the ground, finding it hard to so much as move. Niji could see the physical damage done to him as well as the low amount of chakra he had left because of his Byakugan. Don't worry, Niji told him. This will be over with in just a moment. Fuka began to laugh at Niji's assurances to Shino, but stopped when she could feel the wind shift behind her. She leapt into the air as 4 large buzzsaw figures rolled past her, trying to tear her apart. The 4 living weapons turned around and launched themselves at Fuka's tree, slicing it to ribbons and tearing it down, forcing her to jump down again. They all came to a stop alongside Niji and Shino, revealing Hana and her 3 Niken partners. You were right about one thing, she said. His friends would be joining him soon. Fuka flipped her hair back over her shoulder as she carelessly regarded the new arrivals. You're going to have to do better than that if you want to do anything other than help me pad my body count today. Hana and her Niken growled at the woman's challenge, only for Niji to step forward instead. Hey! What are you doing? Inuzuka-san, please see to Aburaim-san, Niji requested, moving ahead of his allies to take on Fuka by his lonesome. I will deal with this myself. Hana wanted to fight, but didn't need to do much prodding of Shino to find that he had been severely injured during his fight with the red-haired woman before them. She was the only healer present, so it was up to her to fix Shino as best she could on the spot. Be quick. We've got to get him somewhere more suitable for treatment. Fuka squared off with Niji, who didn't seem to be regarding her with any fear. Ooh, a Hyuga. It's been a long time since I've taken a soul from someone in your clan. Niji narrowed his eyes and slid into his gentle fist-fighting stance. I don't know why you've come here or why you've chosen to target one of my allies, but it will be my pleasure to show you just how much of a mistake you've made. Fuka blew into her hand, forming a miniature whirlwind ball like before. We'll see about that. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the jutsu flying directly at Niji. He avoided it by the slimmest of margins and rushed directly at Fuka. She wasn't enough of a fool to engage a Hyuga clan member hand-to-hand, working to keep her distance away from his deadly fingertips. That's the problem with you Hyuga men, she taunted, making a few hand seals. So eager to finish. Selfish. None of you are prepared to play with a girl like me for the long haul. Futon, Hanakairi Mai, Wind Release, Flower Scattering Dance. She attacked with the same jutsu that had devastated Shino, forcing Niji to break off from his pursuit and take the time to try and dodge the cyclone of flower petals sent his way. He picked up on the angle of its movement, and moved past it at a degree that let him continue closing the distance against Fuka. A smirk came to her makeup-covered lips as she gauged Niji's speed and allowed him to come nearer before slamming her trap shut on him. Cackling to herself in the face of danger, she bent the trajectory of the cyclone around, aiming it at the charging Niji's back and leaping out of his direct path just as he was about to reach her with his deadly Juken style. Ooh, look but don't touch, honey! Instead of the dreadful expression that Fuka expected to see on Niji's face at being outmaneuvered, she saw a confident smile, one that removed most of the confidence from her that she would end the battle right then and there. "Whatever you say," Niji said, expelling chakra from every tenketsu on his body and spinning around rapidly. "Hakshikaten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven." The chakra turned into a rotating shield that protected him from Fuka's jutsu, as well as did him the service of tossing the dangerous woman away from him forcefully. Getting close, even if it was still far enough to be out of Niji's reach, was still far too dangerous to bother attempting without a real plan to protect yourself. Niji's rotation came to an end as Fuka hit the ground a ways away from him. From the sidelines, Hana let out an impressed whistle as she continued to try and patch Shino up as best as she could. She had been watching and figured that Niji had been screwed. "For a clan of prissy noble wannabes, you Hyugas have a few sweet moves up your sleeves. Your long, loose, flowy sleeves. I aim to please, but this isn't over yet," Niji replied to the girl, before turning his attention back to Fuka, who was still on the ground. "Did you think I didn't see that, just because I wasn't facing you? If so, you must need a refresher course in what the Byakugan does." "No idea what you're talking about, Han," Fuka said, her confidence somewhat restored as she picked herself up. "How about the fact that you unsealed that body from a scroll and replaced it with the one I just damaged?" Niji told her, his smile widening at quick flash of fear he saw from her. "These eyes see everything, including the change to your chakra nature. You should stop talking now, boy. It was wind before. When I located you during your earlier fight with Aburame-san, it was lightning, but he destroyed that body, didn't he?" Along with Fuka's growing temper, Niji could see her heart beating faster due to the nerves she felt at her jig being up. "Now it's water." She had to kill Niji now, him and the rest of them. She had to. If she retreated and allowed the secret to her most protected technique to get out, she would lose the valuable trait that ended with her getting such a sweet position as a member of the Guardian Ninja. No more scrounging around taking the scraps of jobs that fell between the cracks of the bigger clans. No more hoping for open war between clans to be hired on as extra muscle for a pittance, just to be used as cannon fodder on the front lines of fights she had no stake in. She had worked so many years to procure the chakra natures she had using the method she'd developed. She couldn't roll over now and let that hard work slip away. No one who had ever learned the secret to her chakra nature switch had survived to tell the tale. This time would be no different. A murderous look in her eyes, Fuka kneeled and placed her hands on the ground forcefully. "Suetun, Haran Bands Ho, water release, stormy blockade." Niji saw what was coming before it was even upon him, or upon them, as it was not a jutsu that would leave Hana and Shino safe lingering along the sidelines. With a grit to his teeth, he turned to the Inuzuka girl and shouted in warning. "Get yourselves to a higher elevation, now!" A massive wave of water crashed down from the sky, moving around Fuka and flying toward Niji. Taking his own advice, he jumped onto the trunk of a tree, sticking to it with chakra. He could hear the creaking of wood as the impact of rushing water smashed against the sturdy flora. He was able to keep track of Fuka's movement despite the water that would have obstructed a normal shinobi's vision, but the problem with a wide-area jutsu of that nature was that it was a very effective corralling tactic. Even if he was able to see how she was moving, he was also heading exactly where she wanted him to be. His timing was just off in his reaction to her launching at his tree. As he moved to intercept her with a juken attack, her hair extended and wrapped itself around all of his limbs, keeping him from using his powerful taijutsu to deal with her. "What in the world? No one who discovers my secret has ever survived. I'm not about to let that change now," Fuka bellowed, making eye contact with Niji. Despite his efforts to struggle, he felt as though he were constricted by metal wire, and it wasn't just because of the hair holding him in place. "Die! Gate na, Fong rotating Fong!" Two of Hana's Niken sprang into action to protect Niji, their buzzsaw-like attack missing Fuka, but severing the length of her hair where it was connected to Niji. Fuka let out a blood-curdling scream of pain as she continued to hurtle in Niji's direction, his limbs no longer tied, and her concentration broken. Neutralizing her paralysis jutsu, Niji wrestled one hand free of Fuka's red tresses and extended it her way to meet her as she got within arm's reach. His index and middle fingers extended, he tapped her on the forehead. From the sheer amount of chakra he put into just that movement, her brains were turned to chunky stew on contact. She dropped to the ground lifelessly, and hit with all of the grace of a weighted ragdoll. It did not make a pleasant sound for Hana, nor a pleasant sight for Niji with his Byakugan. The important thing was that she did not move again. It was hard to consciously change to an undamaged body when the brain in the last one was destroyed. Hana held on to Shino from the safety of a sturdy tree branch and nodded to her Niken. Check her. She keeps her extra bodies in a scroll. Make sure they take that. Niji informed her as he jumped down to the ground and brushed some of Fuka's stray hairs off of his clothes. Thank you for that. We came all the way out here to make sure one of us was safe. It wouldn't have done much good if someone else died while we were trying to save him. I have to thank you both as well, Shino said, his voice still weak from the damage he had incurred. She was a dangerous opponent. Hana grinned toothily at Shino at his gratitude for the save. Thankfully, we offered to come and find you, because it would be the easiest for us, she explained. I didn't expect you to be this far away. Then again, I didn't expect it to lead to a battle either. That led to another question from the injured young shinobi. Why did you come to find me? This time, Niji answered. Because there's trouble afoot, and you've clearly had the first run-in with our enemy, he said, with a pointed stare at the telltale sash around Fuka's waist. Keep your head up, Aburame-san. We've survived a battle with a member of the Guardian Ninja, but if the rest were anything like this woman, or worse yet, even more powerful, it wouldn't be an easy task whatsoever for the lot of them to continue surviving. Kaze no Kuni, Soraku, the medical witch of Soraku, was a bust. At her age, playing her morbid little games to amuse herself was more important to Chiyo than trying to come to a reasonable compromise. Kushina sat on the railing of an observation ledge in the city, overlooking the busy streets out in front of her. It was just a throng of activity, from people on foot, to animals pulling carts and carriages. Soraku was so noisy and congested. It was a head-splitting mess. How anyone could live there and feel any sort of day-to-day peace was beyond her. It wasn't distracting, it just made her homesick. And since she no longer had a traditional home, she thought of her family. Her children. Namely, the one they had come all the way to the desert to try and save. Minato walked up behind and stood there, without saying anything else. Kushina didn't need to turn around to know he was there, and he didn't need to speak with her to know that she wasn't exactly encouraged by what had happened today. At least between the two of them, the feeling was mutual. Hey! Hey! Minato wrapped his arms around her from behind as both looked out at the hustle and bustle of the city. No one was really in the mood to talk, at least until a solution to their problem was found. When Kakashi arrived to report back to Minato, he found himself intruding on a moment between husband and wife. He was normally the one to spoil such a thing, but in this instance, he waited. He had his decent side, after all. I'm not giving up on him, Kushina eventually said determinedly. If Chiyo wants to play games about this, who needs her? There has to be someone else who knows enough about medicines to help us. Kakashi's brow furrowed in thought as he racked his brain thinking of another viable solution. He came up with one, but not one that he particularly liked. There is, but it might come with just as many problems as trying to appeal to Chiyo. Maybe more. A chance is a chance, Kushina declared. If I'm not willing to try and move heaven and earth for my son, what kind of mother am I? It didn't matter what the chance was. Risking her life for one of her children was well worth it, if that was indeed the cost. Minato's face brightened up once he realized what Kakashi was alluding to before he even got to explain. Of course, he said with a cheery laugh. I don't know how I overlooked them before. Because they don't like us, Minato-sama, Kakashi pointed out matter-of-factly. And their alliance is fairly dangerous to make an enemy of. Kushina put her hands on her hips and scowled at the men. Are you two just going to keep it up with the back and forth like I know what you're talking about, or are you going to let me in on what's going on? Minato and Kakashi looked at each other before the latter gestured for the former to explain things to his quick-tempered bride. Well, there's a clan that may not have a lot of medical expertise, but they have knowledge on plants and herbs that's second to none. A swell of hope blossomed in Kushina's chest. This was wonderful news. They weren't out of luck after all. That's great. They can at least point us in the right direction of the ingredients for the antidote. Kakashi nodded. The Nara clan. They have a long-standing alliance with two other clans that specialize in other professional fields and focuses in the ninja arts. Each of them covers the other's weaknesses. A lot of the time, they even work together on contracts and split the take. Kushina nodded, still following along with a bright smile. So far, none of this is sounding bad. What's the problem? She asked eagerly as she got up from off of the railing. Minato let out a sigh. I visited those clans once before to figure out how they got along so well despite being so different. It was research. He scratched the side of his face hesitantly. It didn't work out so great. Kushina's expression twisted into one of confusion. Getting others to talk to him was normally the hard part. Oftentimes, when Minato was allowed to study the culture of other clans, it was smooth sailing from there. Why? There were a few reasons. Jiraiya-sensei was one of those reasons, he added, putting an outright frown on Kushina's face. While I was doing my research, he was too. They caught him. Another reason? She asked, droning in a deadpan tone. Of course it would have had to have been something. They're a High-no-Kuni clan, and this was long after I'd been blackballed by the Senju clan, Minato said, prompting Kushina to curse under her breath. So when they figured out my real name, again, thanks Jiraiya-sensei, I had to get the hell out of there. So even though these clans had enough of an alliance going to get Minato's recognition, it wasn't strong enough for them to avoid the go-along-to-get-along atmosphere that permeated the country thanks to the power of the two strongest clans. Nothing to upset that gentle status quo, of course. Never that. Okay, so what if you don't go at all? Kushina ventured as a solution. I'll just go myself. I'm not as well known as you or Kakashi. I really don't like the idea of leaving you alone. Since getting her back into his arms a few years prior, he hated the thought of sending Kushina off on her own to see to their business. He knew that she was a perfectly capable kunoichi, experienced and powerful, but after learning about the time she'd had raising Naruto alone and the trouble that had befallen her after Naruto had become a Jinchuriki, it was hard to send her into danger without standing right by her side. Kushina knew this, and thought it was sweet that her man was protective of her, but she didn't need it. Nor was this the time for it. I know, love. But if it's the best way to keep a fight from kicking off, this is how it has to be. Kakashi shook his head and walked over to the couple, ready to get moving. So, I guess we're teleporting to another country now? He asked. I hate traveling. Really? You got into the wrong business then, Minato said, putting a hand on both Kushina and Kakashi. Right. Let's see where I put my closest marker to them. The group disappeared in a flash of gold, their business done in Soraku. The monk that had been spotted by Hinata in the village wandered into the mouth of a cave, miles away from the settlement, ignoring the ceiling wards that were set up on the walls near the entrance. There were lights set up along the walls as he went farther inside to help find his way, but it was still poorly lit when compared to the sunlight outside. It was dark enough to conceal a figure inside in the monk's blind spot. A slight glint off of the metal of a deadly weapon was his only warning before an attack was launched his way. As it went for his neck, the monk reached out with one hand to stop it, grabbing his assailant by the wrist, just out of strike range. Sora! The monk greeted with a nod, ignoring the razor-sharp triple-bladed claw pointed at his face. It didn't even leave a nick on his hat. The weapon belonged to a young man with blue-gray hair that went down to his shoulders. He wore simple dark clothes that wouldn't have distinguished him from a regular civilian in any way. There weren't even any supply pouches visible on his person. Other than the sharp look in his eyes and the guardian sash around his waist, he was entirely unassuming. Chiriki. Well, you're the first one who actually went scouting who's come back, Sora said matter-of-factly, folding his claw and hiding it inside of the long sleeve of his tunic. Come on in, Fuin, Fudo, Kitane, Nama, and my father are still doing recon. Sito, too, are asleep. But Asuma and I are keeping watch. Inwardly, Chiriku rolled his eyes, but on the outside he held a stoic demeanor. Sora was second generation, basically raised amongst the Guardian Ninja during his father's tenure as a member. While he had been asked to join by the Fire Daimyo, a lot of the existing members felt he had too many weaknesses of youth to be an effective operative. Thankfully, his father had been able to keep an eye on him more often than not. One of us won't be coming back at all, Chiriki said as the cave corridor opened up into a chamber. Fuka went and got greedy. She was taken down by some of the shinobi we're supposed to be disposing of. Fuka was killed? Another man asked from where he was relaxing on a rock formation. He lit a cigarette hanging from his lips as he leaned back and relaxed. Huh. That's hard to believe. Well, shit. The man had messy dark hair that matched his cool demeanor, as well as a comparatively neat beard. He wore an open black jacket with fur around the collar and bandages around the biceps of the sleeves. The monk took off his hat as he sat down near the rest of his present comrades. Impatient woman. We were only meant to observe for now, he said. If they didn't know what we had planned after the Hyuga girl got a look at me in town, they'll definitely know now. Sora scoffed as he sat down in his own little corner of the cave. She just got a look at you. She didn't catch you actually doing anything. She knows you have a ton of chakra. So what? Don't be ignorant. The calm man chimed in from his own seat, his eyes focused on the roof of the cave as he leaned back and enjoyed his cigarette. Between that and a run-in with Fuka, they know. No one on the planet would be dumb enough to think the two aren't related. With a huff, smoke flew from his nose and up toward the ceiling. Well, our element of surprise is blown. I was just going to have us set up limelight around the village and turn it to rubble, but they'll see it coming now. Chiriku smiled at the calm demeanor of his teammate, breaking his indifferent facade. They would have always seen it coming, Asuma. Hyuga clan, remember? Oh, shut up. The smoking man replied with a smirk. I'm assuming you have a better plan? We're going to need one now regardless. Chiriki pointed out, getting an annoyed grunt out of Asuma. There's good news though. The Yellow Flash, his wife, and Hataki Kakashi aren't here. Jiraiya is still around, but our odds are much better now. Aside from the 6 Hyuga clan members, we're dealing with a mishmash of children, no older than Sora. Asuma's eyebrows rose up on his face in interest at that nugget of information. Well, he said, his tone laced with newfound positivity. That makes this significantly easier. When everyone returns, we'll take what they've all found out about our enemy and our surroundings and come up with a plan. Let's go ahead and get this over with. With Naruto. This is bullshit. Naruto hissed under his breath as he stood by Shino's bedside. After Hana and Niji had brought Shino back from the site of the battle he'd fought in the woods, Hana had been able to properly finish treating him. He would be fine with rest, but for the time being, he was out of commission. In this situation, that wasn't exactly good news. Things could have been worse, but it was hard to consider that when they were down a very important player in their little war game. It took 3 of us to put down one of them without anyone getting killed. Naruto wanted to break something, but Shino was sleeping and he needed to recover. Naruto, he'll be back on his feet soon. Tenten said calmly from where she was seated by Shino's bedside. Hana and Niji got him out before anything really bad could happen. Relax. Naruto puffed himself up and released a deep breath before collapsing his body against the nearest wall. I know. It's just, I'm stuck in here, looking out the window while these guys get ready to tear us apart. I hate it. He groused. I'm supposed to be responsible when Dad's not around. But we had to call Jiraiya just to have someone with enough stroke to run things around here. Sometimes he felt like he really was only good for fighting everyone else's frontline battles. He'd been put in charge and done what? Led his team from disaster to disaster, gotten himself infected with a deadly virus, and taken them all to a place where the Guardian Ninja would do their best to slaughter them and wipe the village from the face of the map. So now, the one thing that he could say without question he excelled at, he couldn't do to help the people that he should have been accountable for. I'm supposed to be some kind of walking ninja bulldozer, Naruto said, tilting his head back against the wall to stare up at the light. I'm not even good for that right now. Tenten scoffed, getting Naruto's attention from across the room. Now that's not fair to you, and you know it, she said. Shino and I believe you're more than that, even if other people don't. And if that's the case, you just have to show them, right? You're not just a dangerous ball of chakra, or Minato-sama's son. You're special all on your own. You would be somebody even if you weren't one or the other. Naruto stared at her before letting out a little laugh for her troubles. Well, look at you, little Miss Pep Talk. Tenten gave him a lopsided grin in return. I'm serious. You don't have anything to prove to anyone. And you're not by yourself. You've got everyone else here, and you've got me, for what that's worth. She finished, her mood dropping a bit. Naruto perked up like a dog hearing something suspicious in the distance. Only in this case it was coming from the girl in the room with him. Are you kidding? He asked rhetorically. Tenten, you're my best friend. I couldn't imagine doing any of this without you. I don't want to do any of this without you. He could never figure out where her low self-esteem came from. Yes, she wasn't born to a family who would pass down hidden techniques to her. She wasn't born with some kind of special bloodline, or with a pedigree of outstanding shinobi behind her. That was precisely why Naruto thought she was such a good ninja. She built herself up from basically nothing and had been by his side through all of the craziness they'd experienced since they'd met. She had always been there for his problems, but she wouldn't let him help out with her confidence issue. He tried, but she never wanted to talk about it. You've had my back for the last 5 years. Why in the world would you think that's not worth a lot? He told her. It means everything to me. Tenten got up from her seat and began walking around the room uncomfortably. It doesn't mean anything in the field. I'm not like the rest of you guys. Everyone else brings something incredible to the table. I've got weapons, she said derisively. I'd be a nameless grunt to you if it wasn't for the fact that we both met when we were sucky little kids just starting out. Naruto rolled his eyes, bluntly summarizing the girl's point for her. So because you can't level 1/10 of a kilometer without a ball full of explosive tags, you think you don't measure up? I'm trying to be realistic. We're going to be butting heads with the big dogs here, Naruto. When push comes to shove, I'm not sure how much I can really do to help out in a fight. I'd smack you if I wasn't sure it'd hurt me at least half as much as it would hurt you. Look, I'm dying. Humor me here. Tell me why you think you can't be just as good as Dad is. He wasn't born with it either. Tenten didn't have a concrete reason. But she knew that compared to many of the ninja that she'd seen, in her own mind she just couldn't compare. Some people have got it. Others don't. It's just that simple. Well, if life doesn't give it, go ahead and take it, Naruto said, not willing to let her teenage insecurity put a cloud over her talent. She didn't let his get to him, so it was only right to return the favor. And he could never do anything half-assed. God damn it, you're my partner. We're supposed to run this thing together someday. You, me, and maybe Shino if he feels like it. Tenten snickered at the thought of Naruto standing at the head of every clan and wayward shinobi that would one day come together to form the village. It was quite the idea. Oh really? Is that the way you always saw it in your head? It is. Naruto's unashamed concession got an honest laugh out of her. For some reason, Orochimaru had seen it that way as well when he'd spoken to her in the deep, even when she tried to tell him how she'd really felt about her standing in the organization. Both times it had been a little too far out of her expectations to agree with as a future possibility. Yep, that's the way I always saw it. And I'll be damned if I let a little thing like you being modest mess up my big plans. Tenten lightly brushed her fist across Naruto's cheek with a playful punch gesture. Let's just worry about surviving the Guardian Ninja and getting you past the 5 elements virus first, okay? That evening, Kushina had requested that Minato and Kakashi let her be after they had used her ration to move somewhere closer to their area of interest in Hai no Kuni. Kakashi was easy to convince. He simply muttered his agreement and sat down, pulling out a book and reading to pass the time. Minato had been a little harder to convince, but she had been able to get her way in the end. He was probably still pacing around in concern, wearing a trench into the ground at the meeting point even then. She had been traveling for about an hour after separating from her party, and the sun was setting. If she didn't get to Nara clan territory by the time it was all the way down, there would likely be trouble. Nighttime was dangerous enough, and you couldn't trust anyone that you didn't know in this world. Either way, Kushina was on the clock. Naruto's chances of survival weren't good without the antidote. She'd risk having some evening guards at her throat if it came with the opportunity to get what they needed. And it looked as if she would get to put that mindset to the test. Upon landing from one of her jumps in the trees onto the road she had been following, she froze inexplicably in place and stayed there, unable to so much as turn her head. I can't move, Kushina said quietly, an uncomfortable smile slowly spreading across her face. I guess I'm in the right place. Looking down, she could see a shadow that she'd previously mistaken to be that of a tree branch connected to her own shadow. What an interesting technique. Uzumaki Kushina, a man's calm voice said as he and several similarly attired men and women came out to confront her. Now why on earth would you ever want to come here? I figured your husband would have told you that he wasn't exactly welcome here. And here I was hoping that you wouldn't know who I was, Kushina said loudly enough to be heard by everyone. Well, nothing I can do about that now. I need something from you. Something that you're good at. Another of the Nara clan members spoke up at that. We're not joining your ninja coalition. Way too much trouble for us. It's nice and quiet here. No Uchiha. No Senju. No one bothers us, and we make a good living. They all seemed to share the same general demeanor. Interesting, and that also made them easier to deal with as a whole. As long as they weren't trying to fillet her where she stood, there wasn't a lot of reason to be concerned with them holding her in place. I don't want you to join anything. I'm not quite like Minato where I think everyone should get on board. If you don't want us, we don't need you, she said, finding no give whatsoever to the jutsu. She couldn't budge without being allowed to move by a Nara clansman's movements. No, I mean I need a few ingredients for something very important. Aren't you the people to see for that sort of thing? Are you armed? What the dash? Yes. Of course I'm fucking armed. You know I'm armed? What kind of question is that? Everyone is armed, all the time, Tebane. With Naruto, you know Kuni. Oh man, Naruto said, lying down on a long couch in his parents' in-suite. Holding up his hand into the air, he could see it involuntarily shake, more violently than ever. He didn't know who he wanted to beat down more, Orochimaru for making the 5 elements virus, or Sasuke for infecting him with it. Is it getting worse? Anko asked, sitting off on the side, checking over her supplies, taking inventory and making sure everything was up to snuff for a fight. It was just something productive to do while they waited for the inevitable battle to begin. It's been getting worse all day, Naruto said, finding it harder to hold a decent fist together. I can feel the difference from when I woke up this morning. Anko winced at the thought of someone as spirited as Naruto going out with such a whimper. She always thought a kid that loud would die in some kind of earth-shaking event they would tell cautionary tales about for decades to come, instead of on a sick bed. Sorry, kid. It was all she could offer. Anko wasn't great at sympathy to begin with. Fortunately, Naruto didn't really want anyone's pity. Hey, you didn't do it, and it's not like anyone here can actually fix it. It is what it is, he said, shifting in place with great effort to sit up on the couch. I've just got to not be wuss and stick it out, at least until this whole thing with the guardian ninja is over. Anko hummed in agreement and packed her tools and weapons back up. Well, idle hands and all that. I guess that makes sense in this case, you goddamn busybody, she said, rising up from her seat, her break over with. You need anything? Naruto waved her away. Just let me know when stuff starts going down. Sure. We're going to need all hands on deck anyway, Anko said, walking out and leaving the door open. Minato and Kushina's room had become the unofficial mission control area for the time being in their absence. It was the most spacious and convenient place for everyone else to gather without discussing their business in public in the pub portion of the inn or compromising anyone else's privacy. After Anko left, Naruto noticed his little sister peeking around the door frame at him, unsure if she could come in or not. She seemed nervous. About what, he didn't know. She'd been napping through most of the talk of battle with the guardian ninja and an injured Shino's return from battle against one of them. Even if she hadn't been, he didn't think she was old enough to understand the real concept of mortal danger. They had done the best they could to keep her away from the bad things that happened out in the world. They tried to keep her from seeing them fight, or seeing anyone die. She didn't need to learn about any of that until she was old enough to truly begin training, which would be soon. She needed to be able to protect herself, and at least run away on her own if need be. But until then, she didn't need to deal with all of the ugliness that came with being a shinobi just yet. Hey, Naruto said kindly, trying to smile at her as best as he could with the rebreather on his face. What's going on? Kanako ignored the question and ran up to him, putting her hands on his lap to try and boost herself up to sit. She looked up and saw him cringe the moment she put her weight on him and backed away fearfully. Naruto noticed and quickly tried to play it off. No. It's okay, Kana. I promise. Come here. He didn't want to scare her. It was the entire reason why no one had told her he was sick in the first place. It was only a matter of time until he became too far along to hide it any longer. He just hoped he'd have had a little more time before it came up. Instead of letting her get up by herself, Naruto lifted her and deposited her on her intended seat. It hurt, but as long as he could still lift Kanako, he would. Even though she was sitting with her brother, Kanako still looked downright miserable. Her tiny hands reached up and touched Naruto's cheeks. The marks that she'd come to know and associate with his smile were covered up by the face mask that his rebreather was attached to. Naruto put his hands over Kanako's and held them in place on his face. I didn't want you to see me right now, Kana, he said quietly. You're not supposed to see your big brother like this, you know? Ruto and I's sick. Who told you about that? Nobody. You don't feel like you always do. It wasn't even worth denying. She knew something was wrong. For some reason, she always knew that something was wrong. Most of the time, she didn't know what it was, but could oftentimes tell that things were amiss. Well, I am sick. Really sick. It's not good, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but I can tell you one thing. I promised Mom and Dad I was gonna protect you no matter what. So even if I'm not as strong as I could be right now, I'm gonna fight. Nobody's gonna hurt you. You gonna fight the bad people? You know about them too? They're strong. Yes, Kanako was a censor. The thought had come up when she'd seen certain things coming before others had, but it couldn't be chalked up to some kind of clarity of intuition any longer. There was no doubt about it now. She had to be. You can feel how strong they are? Kanako nodded, worried if she'd made Naruto mad from his initial surprised reaction. Are they stronger than me? She seemed unsure of how to answer. How many of them are? Can you count for me? Naruto asked encouragingly. Kanako's brow furrowed in intense thought. She took the time to use her fingers to help her out, eventually holding up the numbers she found appropriate. 3 of them. Okay. Do you know where they are? This time she shook her head no. Oh well. What they had now was more than they did when all of this had first come to light. Naruto didn't want Kanako to have to deal with this any more than she already had. It wasn't her job to face problems like that. It was his. Kana, when I tell you to, I want you to go to Shino and stay with him. He'll keep you safe, okay? Even injured, Shino could do something to protect Kanako. Hopefully, it wouldn't come to that. I love you. Love you too. Give me a hug. Kanako didn't need to be told twice, throwing her arms around Naruto's neck. It hurt, but he still chuckled and returned the little redhead's affection. Heh, I'd give you a kiss too, but the mask's kind of in the way. And I don't want you getting what I've got. And that was that. But one thing grated his nerves about what Kanako had told him. When she said that they were stronger than him, did she mean stronger than him at the moment, or stronger than him at full health? Either one was bad news, but one was significantly more so than the other. Chapter 22. No Plan Survives First Contact. Jiraiya chewed on his own tongue in thought as he walked through the tiny village that hosted them. Dawn was still a few hours away from breaking. It was quiet and tranquil. He knew full well that things wouldn't stay that way for long. They were still on their guard and making their plans and preparations for the battle that was likely to come. Normally, such things would be done as subtly as possible, but that would have only been of use if they planned on fighting in the village. That wasn't an option, as the tiny locale wouldn't have stood for very long if any of them engaged the enemy there. That Hyuga clan girl didn't seem like much of a leader, at least until the time came to kick butt and get people into gear. At first, Jiraiya doubted she knew how to even give orders, but when she'd started directing traffic to get her clansmen into positions that could easily protect the village, he could see that she really had been groomed to take over in her father's stead one day. She was decisive when she needed to be. Good for her. It also helped that they wouldn't have to worry about any of their enemies threatening the village itself to gain an advantage over the active combatants. Minato would shit a brick if the place was leveled in the process of defending it. We need a good, long brainstorming session, Jiraiya thought to himself. If these guys are as good as advertised, it doesn't matter if I'm here or not. They'll find a way to try and work around my being here. One guardian was dead. Jiraiya was the type to think about the worst-case scenario, and fully expected the other 11 to make up their own plan to come at them. Jiraiya looked up and saw clouds beginning to move in. His face twisted up in thought as he tried to think of an approach to take in the upcoming battle. All of his comrades were young, but hopefully they realized the serious nature of the situation. He had faith. They were all an eccentric bunch, a hodgepodge of different ninja upbringings if there ever was one, but then again, he wasn't some straight-laced shinobi with a stick up his butt. He was a goofy sort in his own right, but he could get downright dangerous when the need arose, and he had personally had a hand in training one of the younger ninja he would be fighting alongside. They can do it, Jiraiya said to himself. I know they can. This is doable. It's totally manageable. How much of that was honest belief, and how much was an attempt to convince himself, Jiraiya didn't know. But that didn't change the fact that they had to make a stand. They had to pull this off. There was no retreating. Not unless they were willing to let the village they were in be razed to the ground. That was not an option. Laid out on a table in the primary suite of the inn was a map of the village Naruto and company had taken up lodgings in, as well as the immediate countryside around it. Naruto knew what to make of a topographical map. What he didn't know was how to plan a large-scale strategy based around the landscape's layout. All of this was just so that they knew what to expect depending on how the battle began to unfold. Pretty much everyone was sure of one thing though. They had to head out to meet the enemy in some capacity. A siege situation would do nothing to give them the advantage. It would be worse for everyone, both them and the non-combatant villagers themselves. While everyone had been sleeping and taking garden shifts, Naruto had been up the entire time, thinking. It hadn't exactly been going well. Elaborate planning was not his strong suit, but Minato had put him in charge. Whatever happened there, it was all his responsibility. If the 12 ninja guardians were as powerful as their shadowy reputation lent them to be, enough so to leave Anko wary at the idea of facing them, there had to be something they could do to even up their odds. Sometime during the night, after her sleep and guard shift, Tenten had gone to join him, having seen the light on in the inn's suite from where she had been throughout her patrol time. That was where she had remained, even as sunlight peeked up over the horizon and began to light the sky. "What do you think they know so far?" Naruto asked as he and Tenten studied the markings they made on the map, representing the village and the important areas around it. "They know how many people we have and probably who we are," Tenten said. "Hinata-chan saw their scout. They've already gotten a look at what we've got. A good look. We killed the only one of them we've confronted across so far, but that wasn't the one she saw." Naruto knew that information from someone working for the Guardians would have been invaluable, but it hadn't been applicable to the situation their friends found themselves in. Niji did what he had to do out there. That lady almost killed Shino. She would have done the same thing to Niji and Hana. Tenten could see that much. She would have done the exact same thing if the shoe had been on her foot. No, he was right. There really wasn't anything else he could do with someone that dangerous. I'm just saying, it sucks that we still have no idea what we're up against. Any ideas? Nope. Not really. Which was the problem. Neither Naruto nor Tenten could call strategy their finest quality. Then again, everyone there was more the reactionary type. They adjusted to whatever was needed. Sitting in the pocket, waiting for the storm to come their way, and adapting accordingly wasn't the best option. However, going hunting for their enemy wasn't an option at all. Tenten frowned at the thought of a battle the scale of which was about to happen being waged around innocent people. That was how her parents were killed, as collateral damage, caught in the crossfire between the two greatest clans of the time. They were killed, and no one cared, not even enough to properly bury them. "I don't want to be responsible for getting this place destroyed," Tenten said quietly. Naruto got up, walked over to the balcony of his parents' suite and looked out at the villagers going about their lives. Everything was about to turn into pure pandemonium. Lives were going to be ruined and people were going to die if they didn't find some way to protect them. If this was the place where his father was going to establish their village, they had to start thinking that way. They had to fight for these people the way they would fight for each other. Locking down the entire place was going to be impossible though. Even if the Hyuga clan had massive fields of vision across the entire village, they would be spread too thin to muster real defense. As he stared out at the sight before him, a light bulb went off inside of his head. Difficult circumstances tended to breed inspiration. "I think I have an idea," Naruto finally said, getting Tenten to perk up. "We need to gather up all of the villagers. Before anything else, we've got to get them the fuck out of here. Quietly? If we can manage it." Tenten looked across the room at her friend. "Is this going to be complicated? For me? Yeah. For everyone else? It depends." Naruto got out a piece of sealing parchment and began writing out complicated arrays with great speed. "Heh, I've never made one this big before. I wish I could have waited to try it when I was 100%, but we work with what we've got, right?" He immediately headed out to begin getting to work. If his plan had any chance of working, he had to do this quickly. There was a method the 12 Guardian Ninja used whenever the order came down for complete eradication, and there were variations, depending on the defensive capabilities of their target. Their enemy would definitely fight back, rendering the most basic version of their plan moot, but it was still serviceable, with a few adjustments that they had long since set up. It had never failed them, ever since this incarnation of the team had formed in full. Whenever enough of them were around to enact it in full, there were no worries. It was just a matter of preparation and waiting. Of course, as they moved into position, they had to be careful. Between the Hyuga girl getting a look at Chiriku and Fuka's impatience, the enemy was tipped off to their presence. The advantage still sat with them, however. They knew very much about who they were facing, while their adversaries still had no idea what they were capable of or how they were going to attack. It felt like rain. It looked like rain. The air smelled like rain. That was perfect. Rain would affect the ability of the Inuzuka clan girl to sniff out. It would also make their finishing strike so much more effective. The operation would not begin until the ground was good and soaked. Asuma, Chiriku, Sora, and another man traveled through the forest surrounding the very outer limits of the village territory. The man had simple brown clothes and brown hair held back out of his face with a red headband. Sora stayed close to him as he sat and checked over his equipment up in a tree, not quite at his side, hanging back slightly behind as though he deferred to this person directly. By now, Asuma had stopped smoking. There was a time and a place to enjoy your certain vices. In the field with a particular kind of enemy wasn't the place. "All right, gentlemen, who's ready to get down to business?" he asked before looking to the man in the tree. "Kazuma? What say you?" The man, Kazuma, smiled and stood up on the branch he was in, Sora following suit. "If everyone here is good to go, it's just a matter of waiting for the signal from the advance teams," Kazuma said. "We have the easy part this time. We're on cleanup duty. Anything that slips through the cracks, we go ahead and mop up." Sora seemed disgruntled at the news that they were basically the backup team. "So we're not going in ourselves?" he complained. "I want to fight." Chiriku shook his head at the youthful exuberance or ignorance of his comrade's son. "This won't be much of a battle after Limelight goes off." "I know. That's the problem," Sora exclaimed. "We came all this way, and we're not even going to see any action." Spoken like a kid who's never seen the inside of a real war. Asuma said, a bite to his tone at Sora's questioning of their method of operating. "It's not about action. It's about efficiency. Would you rather get your claws wet or would you rather go home in one piece?" Sora glared at Asuma and looked ready to challenge him when Kazuma dragged him back by his arm and slapped him in the head. Sora switched his look over to his father, but faltered when he saw the steely serious gaze his father had leveled him with. The message was clear. Act the way that you know you're supposed to act. The 12 Guardian Ninja were professionals. Having effectively admonished his son, Kazuma got back to official business. Fudo and Fuin are almost finished preparing stage 1 of the attack plan, he told everyone, before turning his attention to Sora. "When that's underway, that means it's time to go. You're with me." Sora brightened up a bit at being told he would be working with his dad. "Of course, father." Asuma and Chiriku looked at each other with varying degrees of relief. Sora was indeed talented, but there had been a certain amount of nepotism that had gone into his getting a place on the team. His father Kazuma had performed admirably for the daimyo for quite some time, and had trained Sora himself. Granted, the boy had proven himself, but still hadn't gone through exactly what the rest of them had to reach that point. He was still quite inexperienced. A few of them believed that Sora had never even gone on any real missions or fought in any truly difficult battles before joining the 12 Guardian Ninja. If Kazuma was going to take him, that was fine. Any time the others had to work with him, it felt more like babysitting than partnering with an equal. In the end, it didn't matter. While Sora could potentially be a liability, that would only be if something about their plan failed. Even with a target that was willing and able to fight back against them, their limelight tactic had never failed, and no one had ever survived to tell any tales about it. Hai no Kuni, Grand Verdant Stretch, Kushina did her best to hide her impatience at the slow pace that the Nara clan seemed to move at. The walk back to their proper clan village was slow, reserved, and languid. Night had fallen in full by the time they had made it back, too late to hold any kind of proper meeting with anyone who could be considered influential. She had planned to try and finagle a meeting at the crack of dawn the next morning, only to be told that the Nara clan didn't really get moving without an urgent purpose until 9 in the morning at the earliest. It was enough to make her scream. They were willing to provide her lodgings for the night, under a guard of course. That had been good for a bit of a laugh. With everything else she had seen, it wouldn't have surprised her if she walked outside and caught her guard napping on the job. By the time she was led to meet up with whoever the clan leader was, it was difficult for her to keep from gnashing her teeth. Be smooth, she thought to herself, as she was led along a dirt road that she and her guard followed. God damn it, Minato is so much better at the whole diplomacy thing than I am. If only half the world didn't hate his guts. Kushina's guard led her to an area near the thick woods that was fenced off. There she found a man leaning against the barrier, overseeing a few of the younger clansmen work with the deer that were inside. He wore his hair in the same ponytail that the rest of the men in the Nara clan did. There were 2 long diagonal scars on his face and a goatee. His attire consisted of arm guards, dark trousers, a mesh shirt, and an open deerskin coat. When he noticed their approach, he stood up straight from what had been a careless slouch. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting to see her so soon in the morning. "You're up and about early," he said, looking to Kushina's guard for an explanation. "I figured since she was up, I might as well bring her to see you now." "This lady never sleeps," the guard said, sounding irritated with how his night and morning had gone. "I did sleep," Kushina deadpanned. "I got 6 hours." Both men looked at Kushina as though she were something other than human. She swore she caught one of them mutter something about how she could function with so little rest. Hadn't they ever heard that it was rude to talk about someone else when they were standing right there? Either way, she waited it out until they turned their attention back to her once again. The man with the scars let out a sigh, showing his enthusiasm for the business side of his job. "So you came all this way, alone I might add," he said. "I guess we've kept you waiting long enough. What can I do for you?" Kushina remembered her manners, believing them to be important as a representative for the Ninja Village Initiative, and bowed respectfully. "My name is Uzumaki Kushina, and I have a request to ask of you. I'm willing to pay your normal fee for services rendered." She mentally patted herself on the back at her attempt to sound formal. "We're not going to do any missions that would result in helping your clan unification idea go forward, unfortunately. Of course. Backsides needed to be covered, and nobody was going to stick their neck out for them, not with what they had up against them, even if they did happen to agree with the idea. I didn't come to convince you to join anything. You've got your thing with the Akimichi and Yamanaka. That's fine," Kushina said, dropping a good portion of her formality. Being direct seemed to be working out as the best option. She pulled out a scroll with a copy of what she needed on it. "I came to ask you if you can find a certain set of ingredients. It's for a medicine that we would like for you to make." "That's agreeable," the scarred man said, gesturing for Kushina's guard to take the scroll and head off and begin preparing a specialist for the job to come. Why didn't Namikaze-san come? Other than the fact that he was under the impression that he wasn't welcome there? "There are some things a mother has to take on for herself," Kushina told him, keeping her cards as close to her chest as possible. "That's all I'm going to say about that." She was going to be honest, but there wasn't a need for those who weren't involved to know about everything happening on her end of things. "Fair enough," the man said, returning his attention to the younger clan members working with the deer. "We'll get one of our pharmacists ready, then we'll see what you need made." A weight fell off of Kushina's chest when she heard it. There was still a chance that they wouldn't have everything that was necessary, but it was better than that witch in Soraku who wanted to test Minato just to make a cure for them. All there was to do now was wait. God, waiting was always the worst. Figuring that it wouldn't be too long until some kind of news came back to her, Kushina followed the lead Nara's example and relaxed against the gate, watching the younger clan members go about their assigned tasks. It brought her back to simpler times back on Yuzuno-kuni. She did miss home. She missed the clan and the security that came with living there. Even so, for all the hardships that leaving had caused, she felt it had been and would be for the best. "Is that your son?" she asked, pointing to one of the young teenagers that had been taking the lead over the other younger shinobi, doling out instructions and otherwise keeping watch over the lot of them. He seemed quite bored, but otherwise content with what was probably nothing work. Granted, he did also look more like the leader than any of the others, even if they were all related in some way. "How could you tell?" the scarred Nara clan leader asked, turning a curious eye her way. Kushina let out a soft laugh. His paranoia was unfounded. She was just pointing out something that was obvious to her. "You watch him more than the others," she said. "I'm a mother, Nara-san. I can see those kinds of things. Trust me." He let out a snort of sorts in return. "You can call me Shikaku. And yes, that's my boy," he admitted with a faint smile. Just like that, it disappeared as a distant, hard look came over him. "I don't want any of the crap going on between the Senju, the Uchiha, or your struggles to touch him. It's not our concern, and I think a lot of body bags are going to be filled before it's all said and done." The situation of the Nara, the Akimichi, and the Yamanaka clans were not the same as the other groups that had felt a reason to join with Minato. What they had was comfortable compared to the rest of the world. Because the three were aligned, a fight with one meant a fight with all three, and the variety in their skills that was startlingly effective when they came together made that a dangerous proposition. With that in mind, why would they put all of that at risk for an idea that had a long shot of working out? No one sane would, and if Kushina had learned anything in the short time she had been around them, The Nara clan didn't do anything that they thought was unnecessary. I guess you and your two allied clans feel the same way. Kushina mused aloud. It all made sense to her. If you don't want any part of what we're offering, that's fine. I'm sure Minato never lied to you and said that any of this would be easy. If you're not all in, it's not worth investing your resources into and putting your people at risk for. For something you're betting your life on, you're awfully realistic about your chances. Shikaka said. I can't imagine there's any going back if you decided to give up at some point. Whether it's now, a year from now, even 20 years from now. It had almost been funny to think about going back to the way things were. There hadn't been any going back for Kushina since she had sent Naruto away. Kushina shrugged. When we prove it works, then people will come out of the woodwork to be a part of it. She reasoned casually, turning her violet eyes onto Shikaku. The ones we can count on at first, when we're still working everything out, they're either the ones who really believe in what we're doing, or they're the ones who don't have anything left to lose the way things are now. The desperate were usually the most dedicated. Desperation could bring together all kinds of strange folks. It was up to them from that point onward to find enough common ground to work together for something greater. In that sense, Minato's plan was already a success. People from all sorts of walks of life had come together, when they would have never interacted in a positive manner otherwise. It was a thought that could give even the skeptics against the thought of clans and freelancers coming together peacefully en masse some hope that it was possible. Cha no Kuni, Hana sniffed at the wet air and winced in pain. She was miserable, standing out in the rain alongside several members of the Hyuga clan. All of them were decked out in ponchos as the rain came down in buckets. She had volunteered for keeping guard over the village with the Hyuga clan. Even though her ability to track by scent was hampered by her injuries, she still had her 3 Niken with noses just as good if not better than hers. And they were equally as affected as she would have been by the rain. Having done her rounds, she found Hinata with Niji standing watch over her. Much like the other members of their clan that she had come across that morning, they didn't seem too affected by the inclement weather. Huh. I didn't think your type was willing to get your hands dirty like this, Hana said, getting the attention of the two cousins, both of whom eyed her strangely. Hey, no offense intended. I'm just saying. Hinata was the first to break character and let out a tiny laugh, waving off Hana's apology. It's fine. It's something we get quite often. When you lived in a castle and carried yourself as a noble, the general idea was that you were lacking when it came time to get down to the actual heavy lifting. The fact remained that the Hyuga clan was still a ninja clan, and a damn good one. They didn't get there by taking purely high-comfort assignments. Political influence had been a factor in their rise, but at the end of the day, they had to produce in the field, and they did. Rain and mud, while it wasn't the most pleasant of conditions to be out in, wouldn't stop them from doing what they had been raised their entire lives to do. Rest assured, Inuzuka-san, our clansmen are just as capable of excelling in these kinds of conditions as any other, Niji assured their temporary comrade. The rain will not affect our performance. Hana smiled at how they had received her after the blunt, uninformed statement she had approached them with. Well, at least the weather won't be bothering one of us. My sense of smell is shot, she said, wrinkling her nose painfully. Rain doesn't make it impossible for me to do my thing, just a lot harder. The range of my smell is cut down to almost nothing, not even accounting for the broken nose. How is that, by the way? Hinata asked out of concern for her condition. Hana rubbed at the bandage still covering the bridge of her nose. I wish I knew more about medicine stuff. She complained with a sigh. I fix animals, not people. If it was one of my dogs that was hurt instead of me myself, I would have pretty much handled it by now. I'm a better vet than a doctor. She had been trying to keep a stiff upper lip about her abilities being lessened by injury, but it was hard. She took pride in her talents. To lose them in any way, for any period of time, was annoying to say the least. She had worked hard for them. It could have been worse though. She could have been hit with the 5 elements virus. She owed Naruto for falling on that grenade for her. For that, and to his teammate for procuring the formula for a cure to the same illness that threatened her clan. A Hyuga clan member rushed over to Hinata and Niji, whispering something to them that got them both to tense up. The clan member bowed and leapt off to return to what Hana assumed was his assigned patrol post. What's the matter? Hana asked. Hinata activated her Kekkei Genkai and got a good look at what she had been informed of. There are people approaching. People? So the fight was finally starting. How many? Hana asked. A frown marred Hinata's pretty face, presumably at what she was seeing. More than 12. She informed her family member and her new friend. A lot more. I would say we're looking at more than 100. Because she had stopped counting. More were coming. Hannah bared her teeth at the thought of foot soldiers being called in to try and overwhelm them. What, did the Guardians send back to the Fire Daimyo for actual troops to do this instead? Hinata shook her head in the negative. Huh? What are you seeing then? Hinata shook her head, trying to make sense of what was going on. Something's wrong. No one approaching has a pulse. From the woods, dozens of disheveled figures ambled out, nearly lifeless in their approach. They did nothing to hide their approach. They weren't making a rush for the village. The skin of each person shuffling toward them was pale and colorless. There was no life or focus in their eyes. When they finally got close enough for Hannah's nose to work in the rain, she caught the distinct scent of unearthed soil. Whatever was happening, these weren't living people. Even with a numbers disadvantage for the defenders, there was a good chance that something like this would be manageable. Hannah cracked her knuckles as her 3 Nikan began barking and growling in anticipation of a fight. Well, as long as they're going to make this easy. She was prepared to get into the mix to begin culling their numbers when the land itself seemed to turn to the favor of the enemy. 4 giant gates emerged around the outskirts of the village, one for each cardinal direction. TCH. Niji scoffed, able to see the barrier this created around the area. Well, I guess one of us had to say it, just to make things that much worse. Sorry, Hannah said, having the good grace to look sheepish at her tempting of fate. What's going on now? Niji pointed to the large gate that was the closest in view to them. Those 4 gates have created a barrier. Not that it matters, since we weren't going anywhere to begin with, but we don't even have the option to leave now. Well, as long as they're burning the lifeboats, so to speak, let's make sure the whole ship doesn't go down, shall we? Hannah insisted, strengthening her determination to see things through until the end. Hinata's mouth dropped open as she could see even more going on around them. Everyone, look out! Her tiny voice rang out as loudly as she could muster, however it was all but drowned out when the ground itself seemed to shift and morph right underneath their feet. In a matter of seconds, not only had a barrier formed around the entire battlefield, the village included, the terrain of the field they had decided to make their stand on had been manipulated into a labyrinth of a canyon to turn the odds even more in the favor of the attackers. Hinata found herself alone and fixated on making sure that she hadn't been injured first and foremost. Is everyone all right? She tried to call out, her voice failing to reach past the walls that surrounded her. Niji Nizin! Inazuka-san! Anyone! Much to her relief, Hannah and her dogs came into view from not too far away. I'm here, the animal-taming shinobi said, looking around warily. I think everyone else got pushed away though. Unsurprising after what had just happened. What a dangerous and powerful technique. However, from the looks of how it worked, it wouldn't have crushed anyone. At most, an unprepared ninja would have taken a nasty spill, but most of the Hyuga clan could see that sort of thing coming with their Byakugan, and with Hinata's warning, Hannah and her Niken were able to brace themselves. With her Byakugan, Hinata could see through the rocky canyon that now separated her and Hannah from the others. She took a quick head count, and no one who had been with them had been killed or hurt too badly. That was good. Now it was just a matter of linking back up with more people and casting out the enemy. Someone had to know a lot about the terrain to do this, Hinata said worriedly. Getting out won't be easy. The question now stood, whoever was behind this, was their control of the environment complete, or was it just a one-time thing? Whichever it was, they would have to be very careful to avoid being further separated. The enemy is still moving through the maze. Hunting, Hinata observed. There are more in the walls, waiting to ambush us when we walk past. Well now. Clearly, this strategy wasn't developed with people who could see through walls in mind. That thought gave Hannah more hope. So they trap us here with a bunch of walking corpses. That by itself won't do us in, even in this situation. Hinata bit her lip in thought. Her tactical analysis wasn't quite on Niji's level, but she had been taught by her father, the leader of the entire clan. I don't think it's meant to. This might kill an inexperienced shinobi, at best. Normally, one would hope for a distraction as a result of this. Why would tiring them out and keeping them busy be a priority instead of just outright killing them first? A secondary attack on the village itself, perhaps? Were the Guardians after more than just them? No. Even if sacking the village were the goal, it was full of nothing but civilians. Farmers, merchants, tailors, everyday people. What good would eradicating everyone living there do? This strategy would be a mess without me, the husky voice of a woman said as she closely perused the diagram of the nearby village's land area. It had been altered extensively from its original form. Topographical maps were a great help. Thankfully, working under the fire daimyo gave them everything they needed as far as resources were concerned. It was simple. Once the village was surrounded by the barrier, there was no getting in or out. Not unless she was killed, or the people trying to infiltrate had a special scroll with them. The woman behind corralling the targets had long, shiny brown hair with a high hairline. She had red lipstick and orange eyeshadow and wore a magenta one-piece Chinese-style dress with black and tan stripes over purple stockings. Her role in these battles was such a chore. The combat team would tell her what they wanted out of their battlefield, and after some time to study the terrain, and with some samples of the earth in that area, she would make the changes requested, and prevent their prey from being able to escape. She could control the battlefield without being on the front lines. It was at least amusing watching the targets of the 12 Guardian Ninja scurry around, trying to find some way to overcome their circumstances. It was like watching some kind of grand play unfold, and the ending was always the same, because the truth of the matter was that whatever plans they made to ensure their own survival were always rendered worthless. Keeping this chaos organized is such a thankless job, the woman told herself. But if something weren't just right, I would never hear the end of it. Fuan, why wasn't that ledge higher? Fuan, that canyon was too narrow for the undead to surround the enemy in, she said, mimicking the complaints she would have heard from her coworkers. Aren't we all professionals here? It's a good thing I'm too good to make mistakes like that. It was fine. The village would be destroyed before noon. Anyone left on the battlefield would then be mopped up by the full force of the remaining guardians. Fuka was a fool. An impatient fool. She just wanted to drain the chakra of some of Namikaze Minato's ninja before all of them were killed by the limelight strategy. What a poor decision that turned out to be. It would not be repeated by any of them. They would stick to the plan, stick to their strengths. Everything wasn't confusing terrain. When you made landmasses, unless you had somehow added more, you needed to take it from somewhere else. Instead of a maze of canyons and corridors, the other side of the village's land area was marred and torn asunder. Deep pockmarks existed in the earth, with uneven raises, dips, and ridges disguising the crevices that marked the more treacherous parcel of land. Many of the booby traps that Tenten had spent the last day painstakingly setting up had been rendered worthless after whatever the enemy had done to alter everything. In an annoyed rage, she had taken to her end of the village defense, assisting the 4 Hyuga clan members that had been set to protect that portion of the area. Fallen trees and the new ups and downs made for good cover that she could move between as she traversed the battlefield. She definitely earned a mess of fans in the Hyuga clan camp for certain with her performance in battle. She was able to cut down significantly on the number of undead that managed to make it within melee range of her allies, making it a lot easier for them to handle the oncoming horde. In the grand scheme of things, the zombies weren't strong at all. What they had going for them was numbers and expendability. If too many got around you at once, that was where the real danger rested. They didn't feel pain, so kill shots were the only thing that could stop them. Disabling arms and legs didn't do anything but slow them down. They would keep coming, and eventually even the injured ones would join into the group that tried to pile onto you. However, if you could circumvent the numbers advantage for a time, they weren't too hard to handle. The game plan eventually became splitting the Hyuga clan members into separate pockets that they could manage, with Tenten doing her thing to thin the herd of undead, making things easier for the strictly melee-based defenders. There's our people heading this way with actual vitals! At the warning from one of the Hyuga clan members engaged in battle, Tenten took note of a man barreling across the battlefield, taking the closest thing to a flat path she had seen since the area had been warped by the enemy. The man was large and burly with short, messy black hair and black angled triangle markings on his cheeks. He wore a sleeveless robe with striped patterns over simple gray clothes. A sash with the kanji 4 fire on it billowed in the air from where it was wrapped around his waist. As 2 Hyuga clan members weaved their way through the zombies to try and intercept him, Tenten could see a large grin beginning to form on his face. He knew who they were before he had attacked, thanks to the one Hinata had discovered yesterday keeping tabs on them. He knew they were Hyuga clan, and therefore that they were strong in close quarters, and yet he still charged forward. That couldn't possibly bode well. Wait, don't just take him head on! Tenten shouted, trying to warn them. It was too late to turn back, however. Before the Hyuga clan members could even get their footing to begin defending against his advance, he charged straight through them like a rhinoceros. Each of his massive hands grabbed one of the men by the face before slamming their heads together. The resulting crack was audible enough to echo out into the open air. Tenten winced as the man tossed both bodies away, having killed both shinobi. Still, an opening was an opening. With bow in hand, she took a shot at the man's neck. It wasn't a difficult shot to make. Not for her. The arrow hit him directly in the throat, sinking his head forward into his chest as he let out a gasp. Served him right. A young man with purple pants, a high-collared purple shirt, a white undershirt, and glasses ran to his side, his hands glowing green. "Ah, Fudo-san! Don't worry, I can dash!" Fudo swatted him away ungratefully, knocking him down to the ground a few feet away. He lifted his head and let Tenten's arrow fall to the ground from where it had been held. "TCH, stupid boy. You should know better than to think something like that could hurt me." "I am sorry," the white-haired boy said, cowering. It's my job. It's a complete waste for someone like you to follow me. You're just slowing me dash." A second arrow sent their way was caught out of the air by the large man, causing the white-haired ninja with glasses to scoot away in surprise and fear. It was then that Fudo noticed a lone girl facing him down from a safer distance than what his two victims had attempted. The man grinned and broke the arrow in his grasp, throwing the splinters to the ground. "Kabuto! Go somewhere and get out of the way!" he demanded. "But Fudo, I dash!" Fudo impatiently stomped his foot right by Kabuto, destroying the ground underneath it. "Now!" He was not going to spend the whole battle protecting him. If the girl decided to use him for target practice, Fudo would have had to intercept every single shot that went in his direction. If he let him die on the battlefield, he would have gotten admonished for it in the aftermath. Stupid, squishy weakling. Fudo didn't even know why Kabuto had been chosen as one of the 12 Guardian Ninja to begin with. He wasn't much for fighting. Tenten regarded the large man warily for several seconds as Kabuto continued to scramble away. If he wasn't going to fight, he didn't have much consequence at the moment. She had to focus on the bigger threat at the moment. "So I'm guessing since you're the only enemy I've come across so far that doesn't have flesh rotting off of the bone, you're the guy who made all of the zombies." Fudo laughed and wiped the blood from his victims onto the 12 Ninja Guardian's sash around his waist. "Got it in one, little girl. And the prize is getting pulverized firsthand by yours truly," he declared ominously. "Well, that's more of a prize for me than it is for you." Tenten kept a watchful eye on the undead wandering around them. They weren't attacking her. Actually, they weren't going near her. "Oh, don't worry about them," Fudo said. "You're all mine. Try and make it at least a little bit entertaining for me. That, or you could go and get Naruto of the Nine Tails for me." Arrogant bastard. Was it because she was a girl, or because he believed he was really that strong? Tenten hadn't necessarily been spoiling for a fight with someone powerful, but she wasn't about to let the hard work she had put into her training be overlooked. "Sorry, Naruto has more important things to do than step on your neck. Unfortunately, you'll have to make do with me." Naruto was right. Hell, even Orochimaru had a point when he had spoken to her. She was talented. If she wasn't, she would have been killed by now. The Guardian member clearly saw no problem with handing out a beating to her in the middle of his mission. "It's your funeral. You were going to die anyway, but hey, why not?" There was an advantage to his bluster that Tenten quickly picked up on. Discretion was not the word of the day in this man's book. He felt comfortable enough in fighting her to run his mouth. Maybe she could find out just what this was all about. Either way, she wouldn't have to start fighting to get what she wanted. Tenten quickly threw a kunai at Fudo to test his reflexes, only for him to stand still. The weapon bounced off of his chest, as though he were made of stone. His clothes weren't even nicked. Well, at least that explained how he stopped the arrow the first time when it hit him square in the throat. Fudo brushed off his robe, taking delight in the look on the girl's face. Little brats just never understand until it's too late. "Let me teach you the last lesson you'll ever get to learn. Come here," he demanded, charging at Tenten with a burst of speed. Tenten let out a surprised gasp as she tried to outmaneuver the punches of the large man. If he hit as hard as he likely would have, she couldn't let herself take a blow from him. The problem was, she couldn't deter him with any kind of physical threat if even her metal weapons wouldn't damage him. His swings were full of bad intentions and were thrown with the confidence that any counter she attempted wouldn't do him any real harm. A punch finally landed and sent Tenten's smaller body flying away, until it turned out to be a zombie that she had replaced herself with from nearby. The man's eyes went wide until he realized what had happened, turning around to face the girl who had retreated to a safe distance away. Tenten was grateful for the timely target to use a substitution on. "Do you really keep this many dead bodies stored away?" she asked, dusting herself off from where several of the zombies had tried to claw away at her when she'd replaced herself with one from before. The burly ninja laughed, cracking his knuckles as he slowly walked Tenten's way. "Clearly, seeing as how they're here. And there's no trouble if you destroy a bunch of them. Every time we wage an attack like this, we wind up making plenty of replacements." Bragging about desecrating the dead to use in combat. There was no way that Tenten would ever let that happen to her, her friends, or any of the people in this village. "You're sick. Don't sound so disgusted. They're tools. Weapons. Just like we are," he said, proudly thumping his chest. "And besides, I'm not the one who keeps them maintained. That would be all thanks to our resident medic." Tenten thought back and remembered Kabuto trying to heal Fudo earlier. She felt like hitting her own forehead. That guy was a medic? And he was talented enough to keep corpses in good enough condition to be used in battle? Even with her not knowing much about medicine, it was still obvious that such a thing wasn't exactly easy. Fudo nodded. "He isn't good for much else, but damned if he doesn't understand the human body. It's about the only impressive thing about him," he finished, derisively. "In that case, you probably should have kept him around," Tenten threatened lowly, pulling a small sealing scroll from inside her shirt. All her threat got was a chuckle in return from her opponent. She was still going to fight? It was just prolonging the inevitable. "And why is that?" With a puff of smoke, Tenten unsealed a long gray staff that she spun in her hands to get warmed up with it. "Because you're going to need someone to put you back together after I'm done tearing you apart," she said, drawing a line in the dirt in front of her with the end of the weapon. "Last chance. Leave." Fudo licked his lips in anticipation before charging Tenten again. If nothing else, the girl had guts. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who was asking, he would be getting a good look at them when the battle was over. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Naruto's hands tightly gripped the railing of the balcony hanging from his parents' suite. From his vantage point he couldn't see what was happening, but every so often he could hear something. So far, nothing had touched the village proper. If there was any kind of fortune on their side, that string of luck would continue. He wanted to go out there so badly. His blood boiled at the idea of his friends struggling for their lives without him. And yet, he could feel himself getting weaker. Even from how he was squeezing the railing. He couldn't even make the wood groan under the stress of his grip strength. What he had done to try and prepare the village for the attack would have to do for now. Hopefully it all worked out. For the time being, waiting for some kind of word was all he could do. He walked back to the suite he shared with Shino for their stay. Kanako was sleeping on one of the couches. She had been a good girl and done as her older brother had told her, sticking closely to Shino for safety. The sounds of combat were still faint enough that they wouldn't outright wake her. "Nothing's gonna touch you," Naruto said quietly as he stood over his young sister. "Nothing's gonna happen to anybody here." This place didn't deserve to be targeted just because the rest of them were there. Naruto didn't know for certain if their presence was the reason for the attack from the 12 Guardian Ninja, but he could assume as much without it being confirmed. Just because of what Minato wanted to do, they had plenty of enemies. This was the closest they had come to getting an honest-to-goodness foothold on making their goal a reality. The village was willing to believe in them. They couldn't let anything bad happen. "What is the situation?" Naruto turned to the door of Shino's room to see the boy in question standing there. It was clear that he was still feeling the effects of his battle with one of the guardians. His posture was more hunched than his normal, proper stance. He tried to hide it, but he was also leaning against the doorframe for leverage. Shino didn't casually lean for comfort. He either stood or sat, both straight. He was nowhere near ready enough for any kind of conflict. When faced with that, the next words out of Naruto's mouth came easily. "Don't worry about it. You aren't going out there, so it doesn't matter." It was a no-brainer. Shino wasn't heading out there to get himself hurt even further, worse still, killed. "I should be fighting," Shino insisted, limping his way forward to try and show that he could still contribute in combat. It only reaffirmed that he wasn't getting anywhere near the battlefield until he was truly better. Hana and Hinata had done what they could to help him, but they couldn't just patch him up well enough to get him back to work. Their medical skills weren't that extensive. At least, Hana's weren't for humans. Animals were another story. No one ever said that Shino didn't have loyalty and heart. He hated sitting on the sidelines when his friends were in danger, just as much as Naruto did. But even though their circumstances were slightly different, it still amounted to the same thing. They weren't setting foot on the front lines. Not today, Shino, you already fought, Naruto explained. Trust me, I know how you feel, but if you're not at least 70%, you shouldn't be fighting. That wasn't a hard number, especially for Naruto. With him, 30% or less could be acceptable enough to go fight, at least when it was his health that was under discussion. Shino went silent for a moment and listened to the sounds of battle he could hear in the distance. His insect hive swarmed inside, feeling his ire at not being a part of the direct defense teams. He then realized that Naruto being in front of him meant that he wasn't fighting either, which was a rarity. Naruto always fought. Who made you stay back? He eventually asked. That obvious? Naruto asked, grinning behind his rebreather. He shrugged in response initially. It would probably take less time to tell you who thought having me out there was a good idea. Pretty much everyone with working brain cells shut him down from heading out to fight. His body was ravaged by the 5 elements virus, and it got worse every hour. He would only be able to push through the debilitating illness for so long until his will wouldn't be enough, and he would be a liability. The way Naruto had already contributed by setting up the bulk of the bare bones strategy they were using would have to be enough. No, Kazuma said, staring at the village from his vantage point across the battlefield. This is wrong. Sora had always seen his father calm, cool, and collected. Someone who was always in control. To see him fretting over something, anything, generated a feeling of trepidation in the pit of his stomach. Father, what's the matter? Kazuma's eyes darted to his progeny before he continued scanning the open space before him. Limelight should have activated by now. The village should have been destroyed. Kazuma didn't know what to think about what was happening. The 4 responsible for the jutsu that was meant to end the battle and the 2 bodyguards meant to watch over them, they should have performed the jutsu by now. With the battle transpiring, and the changes made to the land, they should have made it to their positions without a hitch. Even if something seemed like it was going to happen to deter them, Fuin would have altered their route. The village that they had all seen before moving back through the woods to hide before the proper attack was gone. All there was now was a strange circular black marking set into the ground, roughly the size of the village. Nothing else. Kazuma closed his eyes in stark resignation. I know. All Jiraiya heard was a deafening boom before seeing a blinding flash of electricity and feeling the horrible shake of the earth. Thankfully, he had taken countermeasures to dig himself in defensively. When the dust cleared enough for him to stumble out of his protection, he was stunned. The entire village had been leveled. Eradicated. Turned entirely to rubble and ruins. For goodness sake, there had barely been any warning. No real charge time to the jutsu responsible at all. It was an impressive display of strength. It also made his blood boil, that any group would endeavor to do such a thing to peaceful folks. The village they were protecting did nothing to deserve this. In the dust, Jiraiya made out 5 figures coming together, and heading his way, 4 men, 1 woman. You destroyed it, Jiraiya said, glaring spitefully at the shinobi quintet. Is this the most important thing the fire daimyo could send his guardians to do? Slaughter civs? That was always the plan, one of the guardians said. What this place was planning to do, colluding with you and yours, it's treason. I never expected this, Jiraiya said gravely, before sighing. His demeanor shifted abruptly. You destroyed Naruto's construct. The whole thing, with 1 jutsu, he said, markedly more chipper about the scenario. That was impressive. What are you talking about? Jiraiya's slowly growing grin left them all suspicious and anxious. What was he smiling about? Even if he could beat all 5 of them alone, they had still already achieved a key objective. He had to have recognized that. Things were not in his favor, even if he had somehow survived Limelight. Your strategist doesn't know much about this region, or this country at all, do they? Jiraiya asked. If they did, they would have known, or at least suspected that something was a bit off. Off about what? There was no genjutsu active. Everything felt and looked as it should have. Have you lost it? Yes, Jiraiya had lost it a long time ago, but that was irrelevant. Jiraiya gestured to the ruined settlement around him. The only map we could find marking this place covered way too much land. So huge that this place was barely a blip on it. It was the only one we could find that even listed this village. We had to have the Hyugas make one we could actually use after we got here," he said. "I was a pessimist and figured you would have better maps, until I remembered that this wasn't really your country." "Get to the point, old man." Impatient whelps. No appreciation for dramatic hesitation. "The village is so out of the way, and the maps of this area that you could find are so poor, we were hoping that you wouldn't notice if this one was off by 2 or 3 miles or so." The looks of realization on their faces when it slowly dawned on the Guardians that Jiraiya had been implying that they were in the wrong place, worth all of the acting it had taken to get to that point. "You've got to be kidding," the woman Guardian said. "The Kyuubi Jinchuriki moved the village?" Jiraiya scoffed at the squad derisively. "No. That would be stupid. He can't do that," he explained. "He just made an exact replica of the village, only made of chakra, right here," he said, pointing down. "Because that was so much more reasonable." How is that even possible? Jiraiya wasn't entirely sure. It wasn't anything he had taught Naruto or helped him develop. If anyone was to be asked, Kushina or Minato would have probably been able to give a better answer than him. Well, the jutsu can't copy other things that have chakra. That's a weakness. He couldn't duplicate the villagers, so anyone looking for people would be able to see that something was off. We saw people running away. Summoned toads were extremely useful. Not even the bigger ones either. Even the smaller ones that couldn't fight directly still had value, if you knew how to use them wisely. The smaller ones were easy to summon and smart enough to take directions. Directions like transforming into humans and running inside the houses before dispelling back to empty Mayaboku. "Yeah, you thought you did. That was the point," Jiraiya said, as he refused to reveal the length of his own contribution to the ruse. "Unfortunately, since you're trying to kill us, I'm not exactly about to let you explore this place. So that means until the person who initiated the jutsu is killed, or he lets us out, we're all stuck here." "Kitane," one of the Guardians asked, prompting the others to look to the man amongst them with a messy brown mohawk, dressed in long, baggy clothes underneath a long vest jacket. The man identified as Kitane's eyes went wide in realization. He was just as stupefied as the rest of them. That was why absolutely none of the defenders other than Jiraiya and Fu had been within the limits of the village at all, because they had been told implicitly avoid doing so, lest they find themselves stuck inside of the jutsu. They had just figured that the shinobi working under the sentimental Namikaze Minato simply wanted to keep the battle from affecting the people living there. How infuriating, to be thwarted, at least temporarily, by a boy who was half their age at best. Namikaze Minato's son Naruto didn't even know the gist of what limelight entailed, and yet he had managed to neutralize what was the main attack strategy of the 12 Guardian Ninja without ever seeing them fight. It was either prodigious, or dumb luck. Either way, 6 of the team's heavy hitters were out of the running, at least until he was killed. Well, the answer was in what they were already told. If the way out was dependent on someone who wasn't even there with them, all they could do was wait. If that's the case, we'll get out before too long. Even if this is impressive, making this had to waste all kinds of chakra. Kitane said, slowly calming his teammates down at hearing how grounded he was, despite what was going on. The Yellow Flash's run may be a monster, but he still breathes and bleeds like a human. He's got his limits. Even if the 12 Ninja Guardians' numbers had been cut in half, it wasn't as though they were always deployed all together. They were split into separate teams for multiple missions all over Hai no Kuni and beyond all the time. 6 were more than enough to do the heavy lifting, at least until they could put Naruto down and free the rest of them. That thought filled a few of them with more confidence in their situation. The only woman amongst the Guardians relaxed, slowly but surely. She had spiky black hair, and wore a sleeveless black shirt with black trousers. "Well, we don't get paid by the hour, but we were going to have to deal with Jiraiya at some point, weren't we? Now seems like as good a time as any." A man with squinted eyes, short brown hair, and twin scars on both sides of his face began crackling with electricity, anticipating the fight soon to occur. Now that two mentions it, killing off a living legend does sound like a good way to waste a little time. He moved forward to attack, but in moving away from the safety of numbers, quickly learned what a mistake it was. Unfortunately, he didn't live long enough to benefit from that information. A glowing green blur cut across the devastated village and plowed into him with an audible crack, sending him flying into the air screaming. His body seemed to be hurtling outside of the village, when it smashed into the very edge of the fake environment that Naruto's jutsu had created. The impact was hard enough to break through the wall of the jutsu. Unfortunately for him, There was nothing outside of it. Just an empty void. An empty void where he would fall until the end of time, even after death, if he had survived in the first place. Nama! Tu shouted, having just watched her teammate be bulldozed. No! Jiraiya watched appreciatively as the green blur flew around in the sky for a moment before saying anything else. You knew that Naruto is a Jinchuriki. Good for you, he said, slowly turning his gaze back to the others. Did you know about the other one? The surprises just kept coming, and none of them had been pleasant. A middle-aged man wearing dark kimono top, body wrapped in bandages underneath, took several steps back in trepidation. It took a while to accept the fact that they would be dealing with one. But Limelight was supposed to handle most of the heavy lifting of the battle so that they could focus more energy on him. Now there were two to deal with. Sito, calm down, Kitane said, trying to keep the team together. There's another one? Sito asked, heeding Kitane's words. Even so, bewilderment to such a degree didn't just go away, it took some time to adjust to. How in God's name is there another one? Jiraiya shrugged in return as the green blur came to a stop just behind Jiraiya, showing herself to be a tan-skinned girl with light green hair. It was not what the others had been expecting. I don't know. It's a long story, it's kind of sad, and involves a very scary man who is now very, very dead. Anyway, allow me to introduce you to the Nanabai Jinchuriki. Her name is Fu Dash. Fu waved happily from where she was hovering in the air. Hee! Nice to meet you! Such a nice girl, and so useful as well. A chakra thread cocoon from her Biju's abilities had been durable enough to stand up to the gigantic lightning technique that the Guardians had used. Sometimes, it was hard to believe that she was a remarkably effective shinobi, until she started hitting things and they started dying. Jiraiya let Fu greet their enemies before picking up where he left off. The two of us are going to be taking turns kicking your asses all over this place until the kid gets here to let us out. Chapter 23, The Burden of Ideology. Fudo was a monster to Tenten. When he swung at her, it was clear that if he so much as touched her she would be in a very bad way. This was a problem, because the man was relentless. He kept coming at her, and she couldn't come up with a way to create the distance needed to keep herself safe. With a forceful bellow, Fudo swung his fist her way once more. She stepped out of the way and gave him a sharp knock to his elbow with her staff before shooting the other end between his legs. Despite the groin shot's normal degree of effectiveness, in this case, all it seemed to do was anger the guardian before her. Damned girl! He trapped the staff between his legs, and with great fury in his eyes he reached up and backhanded the teenage girl to the ground. Despite previously holding onto the staff tightly, Tenten was hit hard enough to release her grip entirely. His slaps hurt more than most people's punches. Trying to take a cheap shot, are you? You'll pay for that 10 times over. It didn't even hurt you, Tenten thought to herself as she watched Fudo charge. She dropped a smoke bomb as he approached, and used the opening to put some distance between them. Come on, girl. Think. Can't stab him. Can't beat him over the head with anything blunt. Guess I've got to get a little more creative. Either that or die. Her options for how to proceed were very limited. Everyone always said that she was a smart kunoichi. Hopefully her brains were enough to overcome Fudo's overwhelming brawn. Fudo barreled into the smokescreen, swinging wildly, intending to pulverize whatever his massive fists and arms came into contact with. What did he have to fear? It had been clear from the outset that Tenten lacked the stopping power in her attacks to adequately make him pay for such reckless abandon. I can't let him hit me like that again. Gotta make a move that counts. Now, Tenten thought to herself, finally making some headway as Fudo had gone charging out of the smoke in the wrong direction in correlation to her. He was big and fast for his size, but not nearly as fast as some of her friends that she'd spent years training with. She took the large scroll from her back and began to unroll it before tossing it up into the air. Sugu, Tensasai, manipulated tools, heavenly chain disaster. Dozens of weapons shot out of the scroll with the speed of artillery ammunition, aimed at the ground with white smoke trailing behind them. Once he was aware of what was happening, Fudo just stood in place and let the sharp instruments bounce off of his armored frame. Ha! Fudo cackled as the bombardment of weaponry did him no harm. This was child's play to him. Come on! More! More! If this is the best you've got, I can take this all day. It was in the middle of this that he noticed Tenten taking refuge beneath a gigantic metal dome. What the hell? I figured you'd feel that way, Tenten said as she hid herself away. Let's see how long that lasts. As she tucked herself away, Fudo noticed a new danger that he had overlooked previously. Tied to the ends of all of the weapons sticking out of the ground around him were small explosive tags, a quarter of the size of the regular ones. His eyes went wide just as the first one burned down to the end and went off, triggering a chain reaction of explosions around him. 15 full seconds of consecutive rapid-fire blasts followed, all in close proximity to Fudo as the man screamed in a mixture of worry and anger at being outfoxed. Tenten emerged with a new giant scroll that she had kept on her person, giant storage scrolls kept within a smaller storage scroll. There's gotta be some kind of irony there, she thought to herself as she could still smell the smoke from her chain of explosions. Overconfidence could be a man's downfall. At the very least, it could provide openings for a resourceful shinobi to take advantage of. Whatever helped keep Tenten alive was fine. Unceremoniously, a pit formed in the ground a short distance away from Tenten's feet. Her eyes went wide as she tried to turn and run in vain once it began sucking everything around it inside. She kept out of the pit by nimbly springing off of the significant pieces of debris that she could find until she made it out of range. Fallen trees and boulders served as her stepping stones until she could reach an elevated wall, out of range of the jutsu's effectiveness until it ran its course. A sigh of relief turned to a gasp of horror when she realized that she had gone to the only logical safe place in the vicinity. She had been suckered in. This proved to be correct when a burly fist extended from the rock wall behind her, colliding with that back of her head. It sent her flying across the landscape, rolling about like a ragdoll until coming to a stop, motionless on the cold, muddy ground. Fudo emerged from the rock wall, dropping down with a grin on his face as he surveyed the damage of his sneak attack. With a swagger in his step, he sauntered over, keeping an eye out for any more shenanigans from his adversary. Nothing happened as he approached. "You sneaky little wench!" Fudo grabbed Tenten by the back of her shirt, picking her up with one hand. "You surprised me. I really didn't think an itty-bitty thing like you could come up with something that dangerous. Then again, I guess that old man told the daimyo to come after you for a reason." He jiggled her limp form in his hand, amusing himself by toying with her. The rain and mud caking her clothes and skin did wonders for showing off her form. She was a very good-looking young lady. Such a shame that he had his orders to get rid of all of the rogue contingent. He could have had some extracurricular use for her otherwise. Oh well, with a flick of his wrist Fudo tossed Tenten away, prepared to execute her and move along to the rest of the targets set for the guardian ninja. "Kabuto, you useless dullard, get ready to bag this one. We're taking the corpses of the uprising back with us," he shouted, pointing in Tenten's direction. As pointed, he noticed a tag stuck to his forearm. Unlike the ones from before, it was full-sized, and it didn't burn down for detonation like an explosive tag. Was it defective? Even so, it was still a threat. As he reached down to peel the tag off, it activated, making its presence felt, not with an explosion, but with electricity ripping through his body. G-U-U-U-H-H-H! His skin cracked and flaked before beginning to peel off, revealing another layer underneath. After a few seconds the current wore off, but the damage had been done. He fell to a knee, racked with pain and again caught off guard. Once it was clear he was feeling the effects, only then did Tenten stir. Fudo watched her slowly recover, and wished he could make his way over to crush her, or make the proper hand seals to skewer her with a jutsu from a distance. "What the hell was that? My best friend is an expert on seals, and crazy enough to go with me when I have a weird idea for something new," Tenten said, wiping the blood away from her nose and mouth as Fudo struggled to so much as move, electricity periodically rippling through his body. "I have faith in my ninja tools." Naruto and Tenten had come up with a seal for each of the 5 primary elements. Some were more useful than others. For instance, fire tags were weapons that were good for starting blazes without the mess and noise that came with explosive tags. They had been through extensive testing, though Tenten had never put one on a human being before. However, it had worked. "That's neat though," Tenten said, getting up slowly, and yet it was still quicker than Fudo could muster. "I had to get close enough to see, to feel, but I get it now. You have armor made from earth chakra, don't you?" She had to get close enough to find out just what it was that had been protecting him from harm for the entire battle. But getting close while the fighting was still going on was a risky proposition. She had to play possum in order to do so. Once she had gotten within touching distance, however, it had only taken a moment to discover enough about it to make a move. Fudo stayed belligerent, despite the severe blows stricken against him. Everything on his body hurt. Yeah? So what if you know about my rock armor? It doesn't change anything. I doubt you have a jutsu more powerful than that one, and it still couldn't scratch me. True enough, even if his body was damaged, he still had enough control to re-establish his defense. She wouldn't find it easy to place that sort of a weapon on him again. Tenten wasn't so quick to approach. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Well, you have a point. I don't have anything stronger than that. Things that compare, maybe, but right now? Nothing stronger. She established calmly as she reached into the chest of her blouse to remove a metal pipe that extended into a staff. With the flick of a switch, a blade extended from the top end. A drill blade. Fudo got both of his feet back underneath himself and stood, frothing at the mouth in anger. Is that toothpick supposed to scare me? He bellowed, beating his chest defiantly. Tenten looked between her wicked-looking weapon and the man she intended to use it on, regarding Fudo's question for a moment before giving her answer. You! Yes, she said resolutely. And then she charged. Even in the best of times, Tenten would have been faster than Fudo. However, taking him head-on would have been suicide at the start of the battle. Now, though, he was sufficiently worn down. His mobility suffered more than ever after having his muscles lock up from the nasty shock he had received. And most importantly, Tenten had found the weakness of his tank-like defense. With a primal scream, Fudo lifted both of his hands overhead like a hammer to smash her into the mud. Tenten grinned viciously and channeled her chakra into the weapon, relishing the look of horrified surprise on his face when he saw and heard the electricity rippling through the blade aimed at his heart. He had lost the elemental game of rock-paper-scissors the moment he had let her know just how heavily he relied on his rock armor. Tenten punched through the rock armor, through flesh and bone, through vital organ, and out through the other side. She felt his body go limp and begin to lean on her, even as he reached for her neck to wring the life out of it in his death throes. I won't be beaten by bed-warming fodder like you. He struggled to get out the insult due to the metal pole sticking through the gaping hole in his chest. Tenten's brown eyes reflected coldly as she stared up at her larger enemy. I'm sure your bed is already warm enough, she said, twisting the weapon in her hand deeper into the chest of her target. I hear that's how they keep em in hell. She pulled the weapon out and Fudo dropped to his knees powerless, giving one look down at his fatal wound, and then up at the perpetrator herself. He got a glimpse just in time to see her swing her mighty weapon. The business end of the drill staff promptly removed Fudo's head from his shoulders with one clean stroke. His body remained on its knees, simply sinking its posterior down to the ground where it then remained still. Tenten stared down at the cooling corpse as the blood from his chest and neck seeped out into the mud, mixing with the rainwater pouring down from the heavens. Before she could take any sort of solace in her victory, her eyes cut to the side, where the white-haired medic with glasses stood staring in complete shock and horror, a scroll in his hand. This had been the person that Fudo had sent away at the start of the fight. The same one he had called to preserve her dead body when he thought he was moments away from ending her life. Tenten nimbly kicked Fudo's head over to the young man, who jumped back at the sudden impact of the head splashing at his feet. He didn't seem to be a combatant, and there were still other friends Tenten had who were in danger. She couldn't bother lingering here when there was still danger afoot, thus she walked away. Thank you? Tenten stopped long enough to turn around and look back at Kabuto, who stood glaring down at Fudo's severed head. Why? They were on the same team. Kabuto looked up with no sorrow felt for Fudo's death. None of the guardian ninja can heal, so I was forced to serve as their medic. They're not all bad, but many of them are. And he was the worst. I'm no fighter, so I can't tell you not to kill me. I just hope you destroyed this unit. Tenten, still holding onto her weapon, regarded Kabuto closely before collapsing it back to its basic form. Seeing as how I don't think they'll give my friends a choice, that may happen, she said. I'm not going to kill you. Just get out of here. Survive. Kabuto watched the kunoichi leave, heading to the next battlefield to support her comrades. Survive, huh? With Jiraiya and Fu, inside imitation world creation, the best part of being caught in a false world made of chakra that recomposed itself was that there was no need to hold oneself back. Naruto had really outdone himself, creating that trap to set up a battle in the perfect playground. There, Jiraiya and Fu could go next to all out. There was no chance of friendly fire, no chance of collateral damage to the actual village, and no chance of word getting out about some of the more clandestine things that either of them could do. Jiraiya dropped the last expired body of the 6 guardian ninja that had been trapped and opposing them on the ground with the rest. Even with the extreme measures Jiraiya had taken to get ahead, they hadn't gone down easily. Granted, he had dealt with bigger threats, but these lot had been nothing to scoff at. He had taken the lion's share, and even without the destructive power of their limelight technique, as individual shinobi, they had been very talented. He had made the right decision taking most of them for himself. Had they been able to fight more of the kids and those Hyuga, a lot more people would have been killed than probably were now, Jiraiya thought to himself as he breathed a sigh of relief. Good plan, kid. Good plan, he thought of Naruto. It was extremely crude in the grand scheme of things, but not being complicated worked out for the best in this case. It was the execution that had been noteworthy, the setup. The brute force after the trap had been sprung hadn't been the most notable thing about it all. Jiraiya-sama! And speaking of brute force, Fu landed from her last sweep of the area to see if there were any nasty surprises that their enemies had left for them during the battle. All clear? He asked the pixie of a girl as she came to a less than graceful landing nearby, her chakra wings disappearing back into that odd red pack she wore. Yep, nothing here, Fu reported. Fu couldn't find the guy she knocked out of the jutsu at the start of the fight. Sorry. She apologized for the one guardian ninja left unaccounted for. He wasn't really unaccounted for. Jiraiya knew how this jutsu worked. If he had been knocked out of this place, he wasn't coming back. More like he'd fall for eternity in the void between this false world and the real one. Unless he could cut through space and time, that was how it would end for him. Fu perked back up, which brought a smile to Jiraiya's face. Though she had been raised to be a weapon by Kakuzu, he had failed. There was still very much a girl in there. By the way, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't go around spreading all of the things you saw me do here, he thought to request of her after a moment. I'd like to have a few cards kept close to the vest I can play if I need, you know? Fu was confused by the request until she realized what he might have been talking about. Oh. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. Fu won't tell anyone about your weird war-toad thingy you turned into. She had been surprised when she'd seen him more or less transform in battle. Jiraiya wasn't a Jinchuriki, and even if he had been, she didn't know of any toad-based-tailed beast to begin with. Even so, he had gotten much faster and stronger. He also had 2 elderly toads on his shoulders, which was another odd thing to mention about when he had been in that state. It wasn't a war-toad thing dash. Jiraiya stopped himself from correcting her with a sigh. It was actually better if she couldn't explain what he had done to outright crush and bully nearly half of the 12 guardian ninja. Actually, that's fine. Thanks for not saying anything. I might need to do that again one day, and the less people who know about it, the less people who can be prepared for it. Like how people don't know Fu has chome? Fu asked, getting a nod from the man. Understood, she said with a salute. Good girl. Jiraiya chuckled, standing up and giving her a pat on the head. This didn't seem to offend Fu in the slightest, neither the gesture, nor the praise, seeing as how she giggled and leaned into the contact. So now what, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya looked up at the sky. It really was a good imitation. Naruto had done top-notch work. However, there was no way out until the user cancelled the jutsu, or the user died. Now? We wait for the others to finish up. The heavy lifting was out of the way. Jiraiya hoped. He didn't know if he and Fu had taken down the strongest of the 12 guardian ninja, or the weakest. Either way, the rest was up to the kids. Over half of the team was out of commission. Sure, Fuka was dead because she believed herself the superior of 3 incredibly talented young shinobi because of her damned special jutsu, but the rest of them had come in with a plan. How could that plan have been countered in one stroke? The team set to destroy the village and their interloper shinobi guards with limelight had been neutralized. Fuin didn't know where they were. No! She complained, biting her lips so hard her lipstick smeared across her mouth. How could this have happened? It couldn't have possibly been her fault. She had done everything right. She had set the battlefield to the parameters that the others had requested and separated the possible fronts according to what she and Chiriku had scouted out. A light prick hit Fuin in the neck. Wincing in pain, she reached down and pulled out a thin needle slathered in some kind of fluid aside from her own blood. Fear began to set in as she looked around frantically for the person that had attacked her. Who's there? Come out! There was no way someone had been able to make it all the way there and traverse all of the traps she had set between her position and the village without setting anything off. Fuin should have known if there had been someone onto her. She tried to stay on alert, until she felt the poison in her system setting in. Poor, unfortunate you, Anko said, appearing out of the woods, a grin on her face promising nothing but unpleasant times for the recipient. I'm not much for direct combat. I'm more of a specialist, she said, with a wishy-washy movement of her hand. I track, infiltrate, and assassinate, just to name a few of the things I get up to more than anything else when I'm not observing. She didn't get to do that last one enough for her tastes. Minato didn't have the taste for bloodshed that she expected men with such intrepid aims to have, which was a good thing in the grand scheme of things, but also kind of boring. There was nothing wrong with flatlining a few fools to get what you wanted. How did you escape my barrier to even search for me in the first place? Fuka demanded to know, despite her situation. Anko raised an eyebrow in interest. She wasn't some kind of powerful force of nature. That was Naruto and Fuzz thing. The real answer was much simpler than that. Because I was never in your barrier, she said. Fuin's jaw dropped. I haven't been in the village since before nightfall yesterday. Naruto's contingent had known there was a battle coming. They hadn't just sat back and waited for the enemy to attack at dawn. They had made preparations, as the enemy by now full well knew of. In particular, Anko's entire job had been to ignore the actual battle at hand and make sure there was nothing waiting in the wings away from the battlefield to come in and follow up once everyone fighting was worn down. It was a simple task, but arguably more dangerous than standing out on the front lines with most of the others. There was a chance she could have run smack dab into the enemy's main fighting force, all by herself. There was a chance that she wouldn't have been able to deal with whatever she found, and would have been overwhelmed. That was, if she found anything at all. She also could have been wasted in this effort instead of serving as a viable combatant in the open fray. But there was a reason that Minato had hired her and Foot to survey land for them all over the elemental nations, even in potentially hostile environments, because Anko was also a scout, one with tricks of her own to make her job easier. And she was a damn good one at that. If there was something, she would find it and disrupt it. Which was what she had done. Fuin couldn't budge. Her body had locked up entirely from whatever had been in the senbon that Anko had hit her with. How did you find me? Fuin asked, slowly collapsing down to a knee as the strength in her legs began to give out. Gritting her teeth, she tried her best to get back up and tried to defend herself, but it was all for naught. I was able to see your neat little trick with the landscape. It was really good. You altered almost everything around here, surrounded the village and everything, Anko said. And as I wandered around outside, wondering how the hell you managed to pull this off, I thought to myself, why isn't the area affected as far on one end of the village as it is on the other? Fuin wanted to shut her mouth. This woman was so aggravating, and yet, whatever she had done had left her subdued. Anko was talking because she knew she could talk. Everything in her body was shutting down. She had antidotes on her, but for her own poisons, not whatever the venomous bitch in front of her had dosed her with. And so, Anko didn't stop, pacing around Fuin's base camp, getting a good look at her setup. So I replied, you know what, self? That's a great point. Hey, I know what it is, she narrated animatedly. If this is the back end, whoever's causing this horse crap is more concerned with protecting the direction they approached from. From that point, it's not like it was hard to track your ass down. You can also stop trying to escape now. Unless you have some kind of immunity, you've got like 10 seconds left. Fuin's lungs grew tighter and tighter. It was harder to breathe. 10 seconds until what? Until you die. Anko replied succinctly before adding an afterthought. 2 seconds. And just like that, Fuin's chest ceased to rise and fall. There we go. Quick, clean, no injuries, and the enemy never saw her coming. Just the way Anko liked her battles to go. After it was over, Anko continued to root around the camp, talking to her recently deceased adversary. I'm kind of pissed. You see, I finally finished my big money mission for Namikaze, finding a good place for him to set up shop. No, scratch that, a great place. Everyone's getting something out of it. And here you lot come to fuck it all up. She complained aloud. This isn't even in High no Kuni to begin with, so why is your daimyo poking his big fat nose into what we're doing here? Not that there was anyone alive to answer her question. After all, she had just killed the only person around her within earshot that might have been able to give her the information she sought. Maybe keeping her alive for a bit of interrogation would have been a better idea, oh well. No use crying over spilled milk. At least now the others could fight without having to worry about the battlefield shifting around on them like a labyrinth. Anko stared off at the expanse of land as it continued to be pummeled by the rain and the signs of battle. The day had yet to be won, but a crippling blow had been struck to the enemy on her front. Meanwhile, with Naruto, from the inn that Naruto, his friends, and his father's allies were staying at, Naruto watched what he could of the battlefield like a hawk. As he did, two lone figures made their way into the village limits, standing side by side as they approached. Shino appeared behind Naruto, looking over his shoulder at what his friend was looking at. "They're here," he identified. "Naruto-san, I can dash." Naruto stopped him before he cowled even start. He was not going down there to fight. Shino had done his part already and paid the physical price for it that he was still on the mend from. "Shino, stay with my little sister, would you?" Kanako was inside, as far insulated away from the battle as possible, hopefully still sleeping in the early morning. If something happened, one of them would need to move her away or protect her. As loath as Shino was to admit it, even if he fought alongside Naruto as opposed to instead of them, he would be a liability. "Do not lose," Shino directed of the blonde Jinchuriki, finally conceding to his place in the current conflict. "I don't think I have to tell you why I must ask this, do I?" Naruto grinned at Shino. Though his mouth was hidden behind the rebreather that kept him from spreading the 5 elements virus, it was all there in his eyes. "Hey, we've gotten this far, haven't we?" Indeed they had. Their defense had lasted through dawn. Now it was time to move forward. Naruto's body protested against him with jolts of pain when he went to leap from the inn to the village roofs below, but it was necessary. He had to go. Someone needed to. This was the plan all along. If anyone made it this far, it didn't matter what kind of condition Naruto was in, he would have to meet them. Landing on the ground with a splash, Naruto stood directly in the path of the 2 guardian ninja before him. 2-on-1, it didn't matter. The fight had to happen. The only question now was, who was the weak link? As if it had to be asked? The smart money would have gone to the younger one that seemed to be chomping at the bit to get at Naruto, as if he had something to prove. "I'm only gonna say this once. Leave," Naruto demanded, his eyes shining gold for a split second to emphasize his point. "Otherwise, you're not getting the choice." Sora brought a claw weapon on his right hand up to bear threateningly. "And who do you think you dash?" His retort was cut off by Kazuma slowly stepping forward, placing a hand in front of him. "Father? You're Naruto of the 9 Tails, aren't you?" Kazuma asked. Naruto didn't answer, but the man pressed on. "You must be. The breathing mask threw me off for a moment, but you fit the full description. You're the spitting image of the yellow flash. This guy is Naruto of the 9 Tails? He looks sick." Kazuma laughed at the blunt observation of his son. Indeed, Naruto's eyes seemed bloodshot, with bags underneath them. His pale skin was evident, even in the rain. "Even Jinchuriki are human in the end, no matter what monsters and demons certain legends try to paint them as. We seem to have caught the biggest threat among our enemies at the most opportune time." Naruto hadn't expected them to back down, even if he had been healthy. But now that they knew he was unwell, they would be aggressive. They saw a weakness, and they would exploit it to the best of their ability. He would have to make sure they realized that his weakness didn't necessarily make him weak. "Kurama?" The mostly unspoken request went answered. Naruto felt the chakra of the 9-tailed fox rush through his body, and in an instant he had made his move. "Do it," Kurama said. At that moment, Kazama realized another thing that linked Naruto and his famously powerful father. While Minato was said to vanish in a flash of yellow, Naruto did so in a haze of it. Just as he realized what had occurred and his defenses went up, he realized that Sora had been left out of arm's reach. "Sora!" Before he could even get his son's name out of his mouth, Naruto stood behind Sora with his back to him. Spinning on his heels and twisting at the hip, he delivered a powerful back elbow to the side of Sora's head that sent him flying. His body bounced off of the side of a building's sloped roof, sending him flopping bonelessly to the ground on the other side. It all seemed to happen in slow motion for Kazuma. Naruto flinched at the feeling of his elbow striking Sora in the head. The force of a Kurama-powered hit was too much for most anyone to endure when they knew it was coming, and Naruto hadn't held back. He felt Sora's skull give way like porcelain and his neck snap like a tree branch. One blow decided his fate. There was no time to muck about. Kazuma didn't want to go over and check on his child. He knew a killing blow when he saw one. All he wanted was to lash out in rage against the person responsible. Monk's spade in hand, he launched a vicious assault. However, it was one that Naruto had been prepared to receive. The moment Kazuma attacked, Kurama's burst of chakra faded. Naruto could see the faint traces of wind chakra coating the guardian's weapon. Allowing it to make contact with him was like asking to be cut to ribbons. He knew as much, seeing as how it was his natural element. And so, he dodged, with reflexes akin to a young man that had spent years sparring with and taking beatings at the hands of someone that made him look like a snail. Thanks, Dad. Limited movement. Every move he made, every effort his muscles made to carry him out of harm's way hurt in its own right. The minimum movement necessary to avoid anything dangerous. However, Kazuma didn't plan on making things easily. Blindly attacking would do him no favors. After missing a swing, Kazuma let Naruto get some distance away, using the time to spin his weapon over his head. Futon, Shikuju Tatsumaki, Wind Release, Shikuju Twister. A large tornado formed around his body that was quickly launched out at Naruto. The force of nature tore up the road, and destroyed a building behind where Naruto had been standing. This couldn't get too far out of hand. Kazuma was strong enough to do some serious damage to the village they were in. It was why Naruto's original plan had been to sucker as many of the guardians as possible into his sealed trap, covering his face to keep from getting clipped by debris from the tornado and the devastated building. Naruto noticed a shimmering, clear figure approaching aggressively through the flying rubbish. Naruto made a cross seal with his fingers and formed a shadow clone that bumped him out of the way to take a critical strike intended for the original. Even angered deeply, there had been plenty of thought behind that approach. Kazuma would never attack in more of a passionate rage than he would right now. As furious as his onslaught was, such a skilled shinobi would never have more openings in his game than he had at that very moment. That meant that being more careful was off the table. Naruto had to take what was presented to him when he had it. Finish him, already. Kurama directed as Naruto continued to fight. The longer you leave him standing, the more dangerous this is going to get. I already have a virus trying to kill me. I don't need to double up on that with a squishy human doing it too. Naruto's eyes drifted over to the direction where he had sent Sora's lifeless body flying. I feel kind of bad. I mean, I did kill his son in front of him. Naruto's natural sentiment was easily balanced out by Kurama's general lack of concern for any human that wasn't directly connected to his container. Yes, and keeping that in mind, when he wins, what do you think he'll do given what you did and the fact that your little sister is a stone's throw away from here? Yeah, Kazama wasn't walking away from this to bite them on the backside later. Naruto placed his right hand behind his back, a stony expression on his face. Through the smoke and rubble, Kazama glared at him, killing intent pulsating from him until he vanished in a tiny squall. Naruto sucked his teeth and followed suit. What followed was a fight that none of the villagers taking cover inside of their homes could see. Every so often, the sound of a dull impact or hard steps in the mud could be heard, but that was all they got. At least until a loud shout punctuated by a human body being smashed into the ground. Rasengan, spiraling sphere! A blue orb of spinning chakra in Naruto's hand ground into the back of Kazuma, drilling him into the wet dirt road. Kazuma struggled underneath Naruto's hand, as though he were trying to crawl away, claw his way back up to his feet. To no avail. The shinobi known as Kazuma of the 12 Guardian Ninja expired unceremoniously on the ground, hundreds of miles away from home. His son no more than 100 yards away. Naruto stood up where he was bent down over the now dead Kazuma. He managed to hold together for a few minutes. Adrenaline had done a bit of a service for him in ignoring the pain affecting him because of the 5 Elements virus. But such a thing could only be ignored for so long with nothing else to take up his attention. Even standing up straight was a chore. Fortunately, he didn't have to deal with that alone. I've got you. Neji was there to offer a shoulder to support Naruto before he could muster the composure to try and walk on his own. I was on my way to assist. Sorry I didn't make it. Neji? Naruto asked, looking over at his friend. What are you doing here? Weren't you on the front lines? Indeed, he had been, fighting his way through a litany of undead in order to escape the labyrinth he had been trapped in. The formations around the village separated me from the others. I thought it would be better to return and make my next move from here. Well, I'm glad you're alright. Naruto grunted out as Neji shifted his weight to a more comfortable position. We're winning, right? It was hard to be certain, but things seemed to be going their way. I believe so, Neji said. A good number of our shinobi were lost in the same trap I was caught in, but the land has stopped shifting. Naruto chuckled weakly. Yeah, well, they're not the only ones who can set a trap. I caught half of the guardians with Erosenin and Fu. If there were any members of their outfit that could handle powerful enemies in those numbers, it was those two. Outstanding. Niji smirked. In that case, I believe the day is just about won. Things certainly seem to be going that way. The day had been difficult, but the clouds seemed to be clearing. Not literally, since it was still pouring rain. More figuratively. Relief washed over Naruto at the thought that the worst was behind them. Kanako had said they were stronger than him. Now, while Kazuma had been pretty good, stronger than him was a stretch at the very best. Either his little sister's newly awakened sensor abilities weren't as accurate as anyone would have liked just yet, or they hadn't fought the strongest that the 12 Guardian Ninja had to offer. With Hana and Hinata, between running into the Uchiha clan squad that had decimated her team and her brother, and everything else that had happened since then, it always seemed to be one step forward and two steps back for Inuzuka Hana. Successfully ambush an Uchiha clan transport and make off with their deadly bioweapon? Get routed and retreat, nearly die and lose your brother's life in the process. Actually find a group of people willing to help deal with the consequences of your mission? Get them and yourself infected with the aforementioned bioweapon. Try to make amends working with that group of people you got infected with the aforementioned bioweapon by helping them get acquainted with the village they're looking to settle in. Wind up fighting Hai no Kuni's 12 ninja guardians, and losing. Hana's Niken whimpered as they stood back up on all fours next to their human partner who rested on one knee in the mud. Loose strands of hair flew free from her ponytail, caked with mud, much like her face and much of her attire. This tour is just not going my way, is it? She said, breathing heavily. Hinata stood in front of her, propped in her juken fighting stance. While she was notably cleaner, she was just as fatigued. It took everything she had to defend both herself and Hana from the onslaught of the two men before her. Inuzuka-san, stay down and rest for a moment, she said, despite the fact that she also looked like she could use a breather just as much. Hana chuckled and stood, pushing herself upright off of her own knee. Her Niken let out yaps of support as they stood right alongside her. Hey, you're kidding, right? You can't attack them again. You can't just sit back and defend against both of them either. I know you're good, princess, but these guys are a cut above. You know what they say, to attack is safer than to defend. The thought of Hana waging an attack against the two guardians made Hinata shiver. Nothing they had tried so far had worked, which led to them falling back into a self-preservative pattern of Hinata defend, Hana attack. Nothing had changed. Instead, it just led to Asuma and Chiriku grinding them down at a slower rate. The tide had never come close to turning in their favor, but it was keeping them alive. For how long remained to be seen. Even so, they were still alive. I don't agree with attacking again. Even with just you, Hinata said. Hana was indeed the superior attacker. Her ability to coordinate with her Niken had given them the best opportunities of the battle. But every attack that was rebuked left her hurt. You don't have enough chakra to heal yourself or any of your Niken and still fight. We can't just turtle up now, Hana said. They'll cut right through us. She felt a growl in the back of her throat at being taken out without giving it one last all-out go. It's either die moving forward or die on the back foot. Claws bared, Hana prepared to make her next move against the tall, tan-bearded Asuma, and the bald monk-robed Chiriku. Fortunately, it wasn't necessary. Wet and annoyed in both the weather and being held up by the two young ladies before him, Asuma suddenly went stiff and looked around, trying to hear and see his surroundings. Do you hear that? Chiriku turned his attention away from their opponents for a split second to lend an ear to his partner's concerns. No, I don't hear anything. Asuma's nose wrinkled distastefully. As he thought, that's the problem, he said, stashing away his pair of deadly knuckle dusters at his waist. Come on. We're finished here. Chiriku looked at the man in surprise. Asuma, we're retreating? Asuma nodded. Chiriku had been hyper-focused on their opponents. The man was a monk, with clarity of purpose and all that noise. Granted, he had a point. They were a touch young, especially the Hyuga girl, but they were quite good to hold out as well as they had, a good balance of offense and defense. In the time it had taken to fight them, the battlefield had gone silent around them. Asuma saw this, heard this. There was no point in continuing to fight such a battle. Why not? He said. The attack has been defeated. Limelight never hit, the undead are all gone, and the terrain hasn't shifted in quite some time. You know what that means, right? The major techniques that mark the key aspects of their battle plan had been neutralized. It's just us now. Damn, Chiriku lamented before taking a hard look at the situation before them. Alright then. There's no choice now, is there? I'm not exactly used to this. A much lighter mood came from Asuma at the idea of a pending defeat. You think I am? It's not like we can cry over it now. Let's get out of here before they regroup and come after us. Stronger than Hana and Hinata though they may have been, they weren't the only ones they had to worry about dealing with. If the girls could hold them off much longer, help would come. There was nothing to gain by fighting them to annihilation. It wasn't as though they had some kind of ideological dedication to eradicating Namake's Minato's village movement. It was a job. Relief washed through Hinata's body as she saw the two men begin to leave. Hana's fighting spirit was too bright to simply accept such a thing with no questions asked, no matter how fortuitous it was. Wait! You think you can just leave after all of this? Hinata almost snapped at her ally to be quiet. If they were going to leave, let them leave. It had already been accepted by the both of them that they couldn't defeat Asuma and Chiriku. Both of them seemed somewhat nettled to stop and address her. Hinata's heart stopped for a moment until Asuma began to speak. It was never anything personal. You know how it is. Yeah, I do know how it is. Hana spat. Killing in the name of money, it seems. Asuma rolled his eyes. He was tired, dirty, wet, most of his teammates were dead, and he couldn't smoke in the rain. He was not about to discuss ideology with a girl barely out of her teens. You're old enough to know how this works by now. Shinobi are mercenaries, fighting for the highest bidder. Well, our highest bidder is the Fire Daimyo, and he told us to take you out. That was one thing that Hinata didn't understand. As far as she knew through her clan's partnership with Namake's aligned forces, nothing had been done to offend such a figure. But why? It doesn't matter now, Chiriku said, as he and Asuma turned to depart once more. Enjoy your victory. You kids have earned it. As they left with a body flicker jutsu to mask the direction of their departure, Hana yelled and went to pursue them before Hinata called her away, steel in her voice. Inuzuka-san, no! Hana came to an immediate stop, sliding into place in the mud, surprised at hearing Hinata raise her voice in such a commanding way. There's no point in pursuing them. Hana calmed herself and visibly became less aggressive in her posture. She was tired. It had been a long day. The fighting had taken its toll. After all this, we're just going to let them go. Despite what had amounted to a victory, she felt so defeated. To the victor went the spoils. If that had been the case, what did they get out of this in victory? Some warped territory decorated with a handful of Hyuga clan corpses. Hinata smiled at Hana sadly. You and I can't defeat the two of them, and this was never that sort of fight for us. She pressed her hands together fitfully. As bad as it was, she accepted the gravity of the day's combat. I understand. I have clansmen that have died fighting today. But no one else needs to do the same, do they? Her brave clan members. They had come on an expedition to observe and understand the land their people were about to put a stake into. They hadn't anticipated a full-scale battle with an awesome enemy. And yet, they had fought alongside Inuzuka, Aburame, Uzumaki, and clanless shinobi as though they were their own. 10 of her personal guard had fallen on the field. She had seen most of them with the Byakugan, despite most of them being separated in the shifting landmass labyrinth. She had watched them eventually succumb to the never-ending slew of undead that clawed their way from the ground and the walls until they could find their way out. And yet, this was what being a leader meant. No wonder her father was such a hard man. He was in command when things like this happened, and had been for decades. How many times had he seen this? How many times had he seen worse than this? It was why Hinata wouldn't cry. Not out in the open. They had protected the village and the people within it. Even if it had come at a cost. Hana smacked Hinata on the back and began to lead her away, back to the village. Come on! Let's head back. That afternoon, with Kushina, Hai no Kuni, Grand Verdant Stretch, assassination attempts were something that you never quite got used to. Granted, Minato received many more of them than Kushina did, but she had gotten accustomed to them since reuniting with her husband years ago. Most of them had come when she had been pregnant with Kanako too, which was extra fun. Either way, she was used to keeping her eyes open. Especially when she was in unfriendly territory, which was quite often given that she didn't really have a home. especially when she was all by herself. The bath. She had been attacked in the damn bath. The guy had come at her inside of the water of the onsen. For a people that enjoyed the easygoing life, she expected that an assassin from among them would have more respect for a lady's downtime. Can't believe this crap, Kushina muttered to herself, naked and dripping wet, dragging a similarly drenched Nara clan man behind her, wrapped up in glowing yellow chakra chains emerging from her back. Couldn't have gotten at me while I was changing, or when I was washing myself. No, it had to be after I'd gotten in and gotten comfortable. She gave her chains a good shake and bounced her assassin off of the ground forcefully. It served him right. He'd snuck into her allotted time to wash and rest, had gotten a look at her goodies, and had tried to end her life. He was lucky she needed him alive in the condition to talk. Having a dead Nara clan member in the bath with her wouldn't have gone over well with the clan's upper brass, speaking of whom, burst into the bath just as she finished toweling herself off grumpily. The heavily scarred clan head of the Nara, Shikaku, entered, flanked by 3 other members. Their weapons were drawn to protect their leader as he stared Kushina down, a stony expression on his face. "You have 5 seconds to tell me what's going on here," he said in a scratchy voice. Kushina finished toweling off, caring little for her compromised modesty. "You tell me, I was the one who was attacked." She gestured back at the man, pelting him with her towel once she was finished. "Look. I kept him alive. I didn't even hurt him either, so you could figure this out for yourself. Wasn't that nice of me?" she said, tone laced with sarcasm. The assassin shook his head to rid himself of the towel, scowling at the red-haired witch that had thwarted his attack. "It's not true. It's a lie." It was a pathetic denial. There was no sign of Kushina instigating anything. "Sure. I attacked you in the bath, in the middle of your clan's territory, unarmed," she said as she got dressed. "I even waited to get my tits out first, just for you. Random Nara clan person I don't know. Get him out of here. We'll send a message to the Yamanaka clan. If he doesn't talk, we'll have one of them to help us interrogate tomorrow." Everyone could feel the mood in the room change. "You'll stay until we get the whole truth?" It was more of a statement than a request. Kushina wasn't worried about being held until things were straightened out. She had nothing to hide if everything was on the level. Besides, if there was a conspiracy against her and they held her captive, well, she and Minato had a deal that he would give her 3 days without contact before coming to get her himself. They would have her for a full day before he would show himself. A calm yet cruel smile crossed her face as she looked over at her would-be attacker. "Just don't order them to walk my mind until they do his, and you've got it." She had secrets that she didn't want to put at risk if someone bothered poking around in her head for too long, but as long as the other one went first, it likely wouldn't come to her having to give anything up. The assassin recognized this as well, and went into panic. "Shikaku-sama," she was planning dash. Shikaku held up a hand to keep him from rambling. "You can save it. It's your word against hers. If you're telling the truth, you know the Yamanaka telepaths will prove it. Don't worry." Kushina had to give the man credit. He knew how to come off as an intimidating presence without even trying to. So intimidating was Shikaku, that leaving the verdict in the hands of their allied clan could not be allowed. The Nara assassin grit his teeth and worked his jaw until a loud crack sound was heard, followed by a crunch. His mouth filled with foam as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. His mouth and down his throat seemed to melt before their eyes. It lasted seconds. Kushina and the gathered Nara were both stunned into silence, at least until Kushina broke it. "Well, that was interesting." One of Shikaku's guards moved over to check the now deceased assassin. He had a poison capsule hidden on him. Cyanide. Kushina cringed at the explanation. What a brutal way to kill oneself. Yummy. So now what? Her more pressing concern was still her own fate. Shikaku had no grounds to keep her on. Not that such a thing mattered when they made their own rules. But it wasn't worth the trouble that would come with holding her when there wasn't a clear reason to. "You'll have your antidote in the morning," he eventually said. "The sooner we get you out of here, the better for my clan, you troublesome woman." After all, Naruto got his sense of being helpful to people who needed it from somewhere, both of his parents. "Not that I'm not thrilled about that, mind you," Kushina said, surprising Shikaku at her willingness to assist. "Are you sure? I know people don't like us, but normally when someone wants to kill us, it's more than one rogue element." Shikaku didn't want her there any longer than possible. Wherever that family went, problems followed. "We'll handle this ourselves. It's a Nara clan problem. If you say so. Kushina conceded with a frown. She didn't like it. It didn't seem like a clan issue. No one went lone wolf like that by themselves when they lived and worked amongst others, many of whom shared the same ideas. If it was a clan problem, more than one person would have attacked her, and others would have supported them. Her gut told her there was something eerier about this than simple distaste of what her husband stood for. But she wouldn't step on any toes to solve it. She would leave it behind for now and keep it in the back of her mind. It would come up again. She wandered past Shikaku and the other Nara clan members to fetch her clothes from the changing room. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to leave tonight. I don't like the idea of sleeping in a place where someone tried to kill me with their shadow. Capital of Hai no Kuni, Fire Daimyo's court, frustration. Embarrassment. Those were the words that described the Fire Daimyo's temperament. When the 12 Guardian Ninja had returned from the mission near the borderlands outside of his country's limits, he expected good news, that a fringe threat to his power on the elemental nation's continent had been destroyed. What he got were 2 of the 12 men and women remaining that he had sent to accomplish the deed. What he got was a report from those 2 surviving warriors that they had been unsuccessful in their job. The court, which was typically filled with conversation and frivolity, had gone silent as the Fire Daimyo mulled over the recent turn of events. The Senju and Uchiha clans were incredibly problematic, but they were so involved with countering one another that they could often be pitted against each other. Any progress either could make was normally sabotaged by the other, leaving it unnecessary for him to cause any more waves. They did it enough themselves. But these ideological types. This village comprised of combined ninja clans. They were the true dangerous ones. It was the sort of thing that could snowball into disputes over who held the most power in a country or beyond. The wood of his fan bent and cracked underneath the pressure of his 2 hands. His longtime advisors didn't know what to do now. Open hostilities with shinobi had been avoided up until this point for years, and any problems that had arisen had been handled by his guardian ninja. After all, it was usually best for shinobi to face shinobi. While conscripted armies had numbers and skilled samurai officers, they were normally less than effective. However, a new advisor was able to fill in where the others were unfamiliar. You should not worry so much about the outcome, Daimyo-sama, Danzo said, leaning down next to the man's ear. This was necessary. Now you see the capabilities of the unified village movement, and the danger it presents. True. From reports of Asuma and Chiriku, several of the major players involved, including Namikaze Minato himself, weren't even involved. His elite force of shinobi still weren't able to do them any real damage. Danzo continued his measured, logical words. They put the Fire Daimyo more at ease by the syllable. Now you are wiser, and your ability to make war has not been significantly damaged. After all, you can find freelancers to replenish the ranks of the 12 Guardian Ninja. The man was more knowledgeable on the subject of shinobi than anyone in the Fire Daimyo's inner circle. In such tumultuous times, having an expert on a volatile factor such as the ninja forces in the elemental nations was invaluable. Sure, he was a ninja as well, but these people were mercenaries. Money talked, as far as the lot of them were concerned. Loyalty could be bought, and much like his 12 Guardian Ninja it had been with Danzo. You shinobi are a headache with no comparison, the Fire Daimyo said, having noticeably calmed himself after hearing the confidence from his newest consultant. I cannot disagree to that point, Danzo said. Do not worry. You are not alone in your opposition to the arrogant schemes of Namikaze. Should he try to reach too far, you will not be the only force in the elemental nations that moves to crush them. The Fire Daimyo raised a well-manicured eyebrow in interest at what he was being told. You're saying I should wait then? Danzo backed away, giving the daimyo his space. Making a show of leaving things up to him as far as final decisions say. It would be in your best interest to sit and watch. Moments of opportunity arise quite often. The key is picking the one best suited for your success. The Fire Daimyo thought carefully, waving Danzo over to stand in front of him before he addressed him once more. Will you make these opportunities for me? Could I ask you to do this? I will of course reward you handsomely. He had this new resource, and he still had the remnants of the 12 Guardian Ninja. It made sense to pool these resources and make good use of them. This was what the bandaged old man seemingly wanted to hear. He quickly bowed before the Lord of Hai no Kuni. Daimyo-sama, whatever makes you think I haven't begun already? He asked rhetorically, relishing in the comfortable smile on the Fire Daimyo's face. As the head of the Shimura clan, it would be our honor. Chapter 24 Cure for What Ails You. Jiraiya looked out over the twisted and mangled fields that had served as the battlefield the other day. What was formerly beautiful farmland would need some rehabilitation to be returned to normal. This is going to take forever to fix, he said to himself. Seriously, we need some earth release specialists to come on board so we can smooth this back out. What a mess. His complaints died out when a quick flash of yellow alerted him to the presence of his student. A grin came to Jiraiya's face before he even turned around to face him. Minato let out a whistle as he walked up to Jiraiya's side to observe the scene. Looks like I missed quite the party. Were they that tough? Jiraiya shook his head. It wasn't that. We could have laid them out, but it would have destroyed the village. I think this was a much better way of establishing that we can protect the people here if need be. Unfortunately, a few good shinobi had given their lives in the process. The Hyuga were professionals though. After a service for the fallen men and women, they had continued on with making sure there were no other attacks on the horizon. So far it was all peaceful. Minato reached out and gave him an appreciative pat on the back. Well, thanks for being here, sensei. Jiraiya waved off, taking the lion's share of the credit. It would have downplayed everything that all of the others had done to win the day. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I didn't need to be here. Your kid put the important parts of the defense plan together. I just went where he told me and fought. Minato's eyes went wide. Naruto did? A proud smile formed on his face at the thought of his son taking the lead. Minato had seen he had the heart for it. That he also had the head for it to a degree was also good for him. Kushina got everything we needed from the Nara clan for his antidote. Now we just need someone who knows what they're doing to make it. We just have to get a decent medic now who knows what they're doing. Jiraiya said, simplifying the next step. Granted, it was a simple task compared to everything else thus far. Chin up, Minato. The hard part is done. Minato let out a sigh and ran his hand through his thick blonde locks. I know. It's just hard to see him suffer, even if he won't complain about it himself. He'd stopped off at the inn immediately upon returning to see Naruto up and about. It was clear he was trying to hide his anguish. When he thought no one was watching, he would limp and wince. Never in front of anyone, though. Speaking of not complaining, Kushina got attacked at the Nara compound. Jiraiya's eyebrows raised in interest. By one of them? Minato nodded. One went lone wolf, apparently. Which seemed odd, especially for such a laid-back people. Even if they had real problems with Minato and his entourage, they wouldn't have let them in to begin with, instead of attacking. And having one attempt to attack out of the blue was equally unforeseen. Jiraiya let out an annoyed groan. All of this just keeps happening all at once. The Hyuga clan was attacked by an unidentified unit on their way here. The Guardian Ninja just so happened to try and throw their weight around here as well. Kushina gets attacked miles away, he said, listing out their most recent woes. We're just not very lucky, are we? Minato doubted luck had anything to do with it. But there was nothing he could think of connecting the dots. All he could do was take them as isolated incidents. Yeah, really unlucky. Meanwhile, with Naruto, every step hurt for Naruto, but every step he took also meant he was still healthy enough to go on. The pain meant he was still good enough to proceed. It was only when he couldn't walk anymore that he felt the need for anyone to worry, and he didn't want anyone to worry about him. He would prolong that for as long as possible, and with the successful return of his parents and Kakashi, obtaining the ingredients for his antidote, he would theoretically only have to deal with the effects of the 5 Elements virus for a short time longer. Naruto, I really don't like you being up and around, Kushina mentioned as she walked through the streets with her eldest child. I think you should go back to the inn and lay down some more. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kushina's fussing over him. Mom, we fought a full-scale battle while you were gone. I think I'm fine to take a walk around the village. Besides, if he spent any more time in bed than he needed to, he would go crazy. I'm not dead yet. Kushina conceded that point, but was still upset for how he got infected to begin with, let alone getting directly involved in the most recent conflict. I'm still going to kick your ass when you're better for real. I can't believe you didn't just let the others handle it. Naruto was at a loss for words for a moment. There was no way he was taking any kind of blame for that. They made it to the village. I had to go out there. The only other person who could was Shino, and he was already hurt. I'm being as careful as I can. Kushina knew Naruto was trying to be as responsible as possible. But that was just it, he had been responsible for more than just himself in their absence. All things considered, he had taken the correct course of action. I know. It just scares me. Having kids like you is very stressful, I'll have you know. I've done a very good job of avoiding gray hairs so far. If I get any, I'm blaming you. Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't think you can blame me for something that happens to old ladies naturally. He felt the killing intent before he felt the coldness of Kushina's glare. Hey, you can't hit me, I'm sick, he hurriedly said. It seemed to work, as he felt less of a sense of danger. Still, Kushina didn't take her eyes off of him. This was the scene Tenten came across as she caught sight of the two Uzumaki pariahs approaching her position at the town square. Hey you two! She greeted before noticing the body language of Naruto and Kushina. She turned to the former for an explanation. What did you do? Kushina gave her the answer instead. Just said something that he really shouldn't have, and will be paying for as soon as possible. Naruto gulped and took a step away. Kushina turned to Tenten with a loving smile. Nothing outside of the ordinary. What about you, honey? What did you need us to see? Tenten clapped her hands together excitedly, eager to share what she'd asked them to meet her for. You know how we're looking for someone who knows enough about drugs to put the 5 elements virus antidote together? Naruto and Kushina nodded. I think I've got just the thing we need right now. Or more like just a person. Kushina's eyes lit up happily. That's great. Where do we have to go to get in touch with them? Tenten snapped her fingers and pointed to a nearby barbecue restaurant with tables set up out front. Lucky for us, nowhere, seeing as how he hasn't skipped town yet. Come on. She approached a silver-haired young man dressed in purple with glasses. Hey, Kabuto! Kushina looked over at her son, who seemed just as lost as she was. Who is Kabuto? She asked, getting a shrug from Naruto. Tenten, who is this guy? Tenten waited for her pseudo-family to reach her where Kabuto was sitting. Well, Kabuto was the medic nin for the 12 Guardian Ninja. She realized she had bungled her words, revealing that first when Naruto and Kushina went on guard. I said he was. He didn't even fight, or heal anyone during the battle. Kabuto held his hands up disarmingly, showing himself to be anything but a threat with his nervous reply. To be fair, I would have tried to, but Fudo threatened to kill me if I got involved, he said. Just being honest, heh? Tenten scoffed at Kabuto's attempt to justify everyone else's paranoia. Yeah, but his being an idiot worked out for you in the end. He didn't kill you, I didn't kill you. We hit it off. Anyway, the point is, I think he can help. Kabuto wiped his mouth and his hands with a napkin before standing up from his table, ready to do his part. What can I do? He said, sounding stern and prepared. Kushina frowned at the thought of asking someone that had been with the people trying to destroy the village, but Tenten was vouching for him. She had a good head on her shoulders. We need you to synthesize an antidote for the 5 elements virus. We have the ingredients, but no one good enough to put it all together. Can you do it? Kabuto's tough demeanor dropped upon hearing the request. Oh, I thought it would be something hard or dangerous. I'm not much of a fighter. Yes, I would be happy to. That's great. Kushina said. Come back to the inn with us, and we can work out a price for your service. Kabuto chuckled good-naturedly. There's no need for a payment. I already owe you guys, specifically Tenten, for getting me away from the Guardian Ninja. There was no way someone like me could do it on my own. He said this with a smile directed right at Tenten, who felt very put on the spot all of a sudden. Ah, well. It's not dash. She tried to string together enough words to sound intelligent, but it was a struggle. I'm sure you would have been able to if you, you're welcome. It was the best move she could make, once she realized she could hear Naruto snickering at her. Kushina pushed him with her elbow to get him to stop. Stop laughing at her, Naruto. I'm not laughing. Naruto disputed, holding his torso and chuckling to himself. Oh man. It hurts to laugh. High no Kuni, northwestern mountain range, bag slung over his shoulder, Asuma marched into the village of his birth, filled with his clansmen. It had been quite a long while since he had returned home. But with the forces of his employer depleted, there was nothing for him to stay at the capital for. Yes, it had been a defeat, but it was nothing personal, just business. The only member of the 12 Guardian Ninja that he considered a friend was Chiriku, who had also survived. Things could have been much worse. All he had to deal with for now was a bruised ego, and not that much of one, seeing as how he hadn't really been beaten. Either way, it led to some time off. And with nothing better to do, he decided to go see his father. It didn't take a lot of questioning or searching to find where he was. There were only a handful of locations that served as Sarutobi Hiruzen's traditional haunts. Asuma came across Hiruzen at one of the many observatories on the mountain, sitting in front of an easel, smoking a pipe. Typical. You've been painting the view from up here for years, Asuma called out. How long you gonna keep making these landscape portraits, old man? The old man with the painting supplies laughed and turned to face Asuma. When the view stops being so fantastic, Hiruzen said, greeting him with a smile. Hello, son. Even if they didn't always see eye to eye, he loved his father. Hey, Dad. It's good to see you, Asuma, especially after the rout suffered by the guardian ninja. Asuma ran a hand through his hair and popped a cigarette into his mouth. So you know about that, huh? He asked, his lighter sparking to life. Yeah, Chiriku and I were the only ones to make it out. He went back to the fire temple for a bit, so I decided to come home too. What did you think? Huh? Asuma replied in confusion. Of your opponents, Hiruzen specified. When you fought them, when you observed them. What did you think? Asuma remembered faintly that his father had something of an interest in the progress of the allied village idea. It was different. I've never seen an Inuzuka and a Hyuga fight together before. He recalled with a smile on his face. I don't think they had ever worked together once before they fought us. The two girls couldn't have been more different from each other, and yet they came together quite effectively to combat a threat greater than themselves. It wasn't just them either, but it was the example that Asuma had been directly exposed to. If that's what it's all about, I can see why this whole thing has you interested, Asuma said. Hiruzen only laughed, like an old man finally seeing a younger, less experienced person start to come to a realization. Indeed. Now come. How things have been for you otherwise? Asuma thought of topics to converse with his father about, but there was one thing that had been plaguing him for weeks. Well, there's an old man in the fire daimyo's court now. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. In previous visits, it would have been easier pulling teeth. You don't ever talk about things that happen with your work. I don't trust him, Asuma said grimly. Dad, do you know anything about a man named Danzo? Did he? Of course he did. And this man making his presence known on any kind of open scale meant nothing good. Tell me as much as you feel you can, Hiruzen demanded. Cha no kuni, grand verdant stretch. Keep your wrists straight, Naruto said, adjusting Kanako's hands as she made little fists. See that? Hold that steady. Now try. Tenten walked into the pub of the inn they were staying at as Kanako repeatedly punched at the palms of Naruto's hands. There was almost no real impact behind her punches. Then again, she was 3 years old, going on 4. Isn't this a little too early for her to start training? Naruto minded his younger sister, even as his friend approached. It's not even training. It's just keeping her from hurting herself, he said. Besides, I don't think we'll have much of a choice. She's that strong? Tenten asked, sitting on the floor to watch the two siblings interact. Naruto nodded, a grim look on his face that Kanako didn't notice, focusing more on trying to hit her brother's hands hard. She told me how many were coming, and how strong they were. That's not good, Tenten pointed out. Sensors were very useful, but some that were unprepared with exceptional power could be overwhelmed by it. Very few went untrained before that particular gift came to them. A brush with someone who has too much what would be really bad for her. What was killing intent. Most with experience overlooked it, but it was a major deal. By itself, it could be potent enough to negatively affect full-fledged shinobi. For an untrained child with sensor abilities of an adult, it could potentially be fatal. The sooner Kanako learned how to deal with such a thing before it came up, the better. Naruto hummed, gathering Kanako up into his arms once she'd tired herself out. Mom and Dad aren't gonna like it. Ruto and I, Kanako fussed. I wanna fly with Fuchan. We'll see if we can find her, Naruto told the little girl, despite the fact he was obviously heading to the rooms to put her to bed. You wanna carry her? Tenten gleefully turned the offer down. No way. She wants you. Naruto knew an opening when he saw it and took it. Speaking of wanting somebody, Tenten groaned, knowing what he was getting at before he even started. You like Kabuto? I met him during a fight, Naruto, she said, trying to dodge the topic. I killed a man in front of him. Naruto didn't let her off so easily. So? That doesn't answer the question. They met half of the people they knew during fights. I'm not asking if you're in love with the guy. I just asked if you liked him. You can feel like you like someone before you really know him. Tenten glared at Naruto, but he honestly seemed to be asking, instead of picking on her. I can't believe I'm talking about this with you. Naruto shrugged and continued to rock Kanako to sleep. Who else are you gonna talk to? Tenten gave him a deadpan look and began ticking off people on her fingers. Hana. Hinata. Your mom. Anko. She said. All better options than you. Even Kanako here would be better. I'm the best. The little redhead said tiredly. Naruto laughed and kissed Kanako on top of the head. I thought I was the best. Ruto and I's the best. Kanako agreed sleepily. Naruto and Tenten looked at each other knowingly. There was no way Kanako was going to remember anything about wanting to fly with Fu before she fell asleep. That left them with their conversation. Tenten, I'm your best friend. I think there's a law or something that you've got to come to me about this stuff. Naruto said. Come on. You know you want to talk about it. I'm a dude. I might know something you don't that could help. Tenten crossed her arms and looked away. There's nothing to talk about. I think Kabuto is a nice guy. And he helped save your life, which is kind of a big deal. That's all. Why do you care anyway? Because we almost get killed every day. As long as we're facing down mean guys with weapons and jutsu, I want to make sure you're happy while we're stuck doing it. Naruto said, trying and failing to sound profound. If that means making sure your lady boner for some dude is appeased from time to time, I'm more than happy to help. The lip on that boy was undeniable. Would you watch your mouth? Tenten said. What? Lady boner isn't a curse. Naruto replied. And Kana didn't even hear me. She's out of it. Fair enough, on both accounts. You should worry more about yourself than me. Tenten mumbled. Naruto grinned and bumped her hip with his. I am. We're symbiotic to the point where we can both live vicariously through the other's happiness. That means when you're happy, I'm happy. Despite herself, Tenten couldn't help but grin as well. And when I'm upset, you're upset? She tried to predict. Naruto found the door to his and Kanako's room and worked the door open with his sister in his arms. Yeah, you haven't noticed every time you have those little monthly issues of yours. He went to put Kanako to bed, but stopped when he realized Tenten hadn't followed him in. That she'd stopped suddenly at the door and was staring a hole through his back. Is that one of those things I should have thought instead of said? Put the baby down. Tenten demanded calmly. Naruto turned and saw the demon wearing the skin of his best friend. Nah. I'm not gonna do that. Tenten made her request again. Put the baby down so I can stab you. No. Naruto said, instead climbing into bed underneath the covers, never letting go of Kanako as he did so. I'm gonna just lay down here, and take a nap with my sister where it's safe. You go find Kabuto and maybe if everything goes right you could lose your V-card before I do. Because when you were already in a hole you couldn't climb out of, why not dig it deeper? If you dug deep enough, you would eventually come out of the other side. Tenten sucked her teeth and decided to let things be as they were. For now. Everything that just came out of your mouth, you're gonna be paying for that sooner rather than later. I choose later. Naruto selected without needing to think about it. So, later. Several weeks later, northeast Hai no Kuni, Mumebie. Mumebie was an outpost town a stone's throw away from the north-northeast border of Hai no Kuni. Such towns were usually hubs for civilians and shinobi alike. It was noticeably less impressive to some than many others that existed elsewhere, but it was close enough to the capital that there was less of a chance of trouble breaking out between random ninja elements. That was just fine for Kakashi. He hadn't come for any kind of battle or a mission, he simply came to get himself informed. The man with proper knowledge was always a step ahead of his enemies. Even if he had to speak with a man who was technically his enemy to do so. Kakashi entered a dive bar and quickly scanned the sparsely populated afternoon crowd to find who he was looking for. You could have ordered me a drink if you were going to make it here first. Uchiha Itachi barely spared Kakashi a glance, instead returning his gaze to the countless bottles of alcohol on display behind the bar. There's no point. I don't drink, and you refuse to in front of anyone else. Kakashi let out a sound of acknowledgement, and took a seat next to him. Well, you know. I have to keep up my reputation as an upstanding shinobi for others to look up to. You'll forgive me if I don't immediately take your words at face value in that regard. Itachi replied. Kakashi took no offense to this. Quite the contrary. It seemed to amuse him, Oh, you Uchiha can always just see right through me. No, wait, actually that would be the Hyuga. Itachi didn't rise to Kakashi's antics that would usually inspire a reaction from others. Did you leave a message for me to meet you here so that you can test a new stand-up routine on me, or do you have information to trade? Kakashi and Itachi had fought one another to a standstill years back, but there had never been any enmity between them. For the time being, the Uchiha and Minato's organization were not sworn enemies, even if skirmishes kicked up every now and then. That meant the two savvy shinobi could use the other as a resource. Both traveled extensively and kept their ears to the ground. Itachi wasn't the only person that Kakashi had set up this sort of exchange with either. Despite not being a people person, Kakashi knew how to get news from them. Very well then, Kakashi said. If Itachi wanted to get right down to business, that was fine. For starters, your clan's little bioweapon won't be as effective any longer. The antidote is out there in the ether now. Itachi didn't seem too terribly broken up about this news. I was never a fan of the 5 elements virus. Chemical warfare mixed with near genocide wasn't his cup of tea, to say the least. It's just as well. It was intended to be used on the Inuzuka front, but we're leveling back on that offensive. Father fears our clan is being stretched too thin. The Senju clan has been too quiet lately. Kakashi sighed. Please don't tell me another battle is on the way. If they had to duke it out, they could do it far away from where Minato's ninja village was being set up. Itachi could understand the man's ire. He himself also tired of the constant stop-and-start conflicts between his clan and their primary rival. If there was one that I knew of, I would tell you. I wouldn't rule it out in the near future, however. Many of our forces are pulling back from contacts near the frontier. That meant an amassing of resources, for one reason or another, and that wouldn't mean anything good when the time came for whatever it was. Well, the Inuzuka don't plan to retaliate. They're territorial, and they think they bled you white in the woods. Kakashi offered as a bonus. With that bit of good news from me, do you have anything to contribute? Nothing political that you would find intriguing, or wouldn't be able to learn on your own. Itachi said, making Kakashi believe for a moment that he wouldn't share anything with him this time around. However, there was a reason Kakashi maintained professional contact with Itachi, because he was reliable. Are you still searching for that person? Aren't we all looking for that special someone? Kakashi said with an eye smile, being annoyingly cryptic. Just like that, his demeanor changed abruptly. You have something on the masked man? There was only one person they knew of that either had to identify without properly identifying him, because no one could. Itachi nodded. One day he would ask Kakashi what his interest was in this particular figure, who seemed more ghost than man. He was only known by his vague alias. There was nothing more concrete known about him to identify him by. Information from Mizuno Kuni is hard to come by, so when you hear several things out of there, all with similar details, it is almost assuredly accurate. At least as far as shinobi rumors went. A man with a spiral mask has been spotted there multiple times. It was then that Kakashi really wished that Itachi had been benevolent enough to order him that drink. Of course it would be there. Why wouldn't it be? Itachi looked over at the older Sharingan-equipped shinobi oddly. You're familiar with the situation there? With Kakashi's alignment, he figured the man wouldn't have been very well versed on what happened beyond the sea. Familiar? Anyone who spent enough time around the coast heard the rumblings coming out of there. Have you been to that place? It's complete bedlam over there, Kakashi said. Minato-sama's son and his friends went to one island there. Let's just say it didn't end diplomatically. They had not tried anything that way since. It's that much worse than the mainland? Itachi asked. Kakashi paused to think of a way to put things that Itachi could easily understand. Imagine all of the chaos that happens on the mainland, just condensed to a country with half the land of a single country, and that land is split up in islands. When he put it that way, Itachi could see how things could have been seen as uglier than what they were accustomed to in, say, Hi-no Kuni. It seems as though you may have your share of trouble ahead of you if you wish to further investigate. Kakashi blinked and pointed to himself. Me? Oh, heavens no. Are you kidding me? I'm not setting foot in that place over this. He swore he could see a twitch from Itachi. That made the entire conversation worth it for him. I do know someone who's more than willing to head that way to take a look, though. Chapter 25, Go East, Young Man. Naruto stood up from the floor of his room with a sigh. He had spent the last half hour inspecting his travel pack, making sure he had everything he needed for the start of what could have been a long journey. Word had come from Kakashi about something in the country of Mizuno Kuni. Something that had piqued Naruto's interest and spurred him into action. The man in the spiral mask. Sometimes rumblings about such an individual found their way to Naruto's ears. But no matter how fast he moved to wherever these things came from, he never saw anything. And he could never find anyone to verify any details or follow up on his search. So many times, he had to cut his losses and leave, never any closer to finding the man that made him a monster to the rest of the world. So he continued to search whenever he could. Most of the time, he was too busy. The rest of the time, it was dead ends. But he always made his way back to searching eventually, even if he had to go alone. There was a very realistic chance that he would have to do so. He didn't like asking his friends for help to begin with, and even if he didn't, there wasn't as deep a pool of allies to draw from. Shino had returned to his clan in order to cultivate a new and improved hive after what had happened with the 12 Guardian Ninja, while Hana had gone back to her clan weeks ago to help them, as she had always intended. Hinata and Niji had to stay and remain in charge of the Hyuga clan members present to help set up the soon-to-be ninja village. That left Tenten and Fu as people he trusted the most. But he found it hard to ask them to follow him to the ass end of nowhere for what amounted to a personal vendetta. It was dangerous, and it wasn't their problem. Well, if Naruto had to wander the treacherous isles alone, so be it. He could handle it. Minato and Kushina were already aware of his plans and had given him the okay, not that he needed it. If he wanted to go to Mizuno Kuni, there was absolutely nothing they could actually do to stop him, short of physically restraining him. Not that they would ever do that. He had the freedom to make his own choices. That was what he was told, of course. Asterisk knock. 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 Asterisk Naruto looked up from his preparations to find Tenten entering his room, closing the door behind her, leaving the two friends alone. Yo! Naruto greeted her. Yo yourself, jerk. Tenten replied with a raise of her eyebrows. So, what's this I hear about you setting out first thing in the morning? You were going to say something to me, right? She asked, not getting an immediate response. Right, buddy? Naruto sighed and stood up from the floor, dusting off the back of his pants. Tenten, you don't have to come with me on this. This is a me thing, not a you thing. Naruto. Tenten responded before her tone softened. I don't like seeing you dwell on this. Most of the time you're fine. But every so often when this guy comes up. She had to take a moment to find out how she wanted to word things. The guy in the mask hasn't shown his face since he stuck you and Kurama together. You can't keep trying to chase a ghost. She had never seen him. No one else she'd met had ever seen him. Naruto was the only one that had. She believed her friend, but there wasn't a whole lot for her to grasp onto. The enemy had no face, as far as she was concerned. Naruto walked up to Tenten and stood face to face to her, looking right into her eyes to speak honestly. To this day, I don't know why he did what he did. I think that's the worst thing about it, he told her. It hasn't been long enough to forget about the person that ruined your life. Tenten reached out and gave Naruto a pat on the chest. Did he really, though? Ruin your life? Do you hate it that much, being away from Mizuno Kuni? Even after everything we've been through together? Up close, Naruto could see there was a sad look in Tenten's eyes. And it didn't take long for him to understand where that feeling was coming from. Despite all of the time they had spent together, as comrades, with Tenten more or less being treated like a member of Naruto's family, she was still the same little orphan girl who ran into him years ago. She still had the insecurities that came along with it. Was she not good enough? Of course she was. She was closer to him than anyone else. More of a sister to him, more like family to him, than anyone with any lame so-called blood relation he'd ever had back in Yuzu. Easily so. He understood. After all, no one had seen any worth in him either until he'd left the place he'd once called home. Naruto reached out and wrapped his arms around Tenten in a tight hug. She let him, no arguments whatsoever. No. That place isn't home. Not anymore, it wasn't. Not for a long time. It's just, I feel like he did what he did to me for a reason. Why? I'm not the only kid who runs out into the woods to play alone. I wasn't even the only kid from my village who did. He could have shoved Kurama into any of them, whenever he wanted. But he picks me. Realistically, there had been easier prey if he had been after an Uzumaki clan child. If he wanted to make some kind of impact, there were better children to choose to garner anger than the clan pariah. It could have been random, Tenten said, resting her head against Naruto's shoulder. Unless you think he targeted you. But why? I know your parents have stepped on a lot of toes. That was putting it lightly. Either Minato or Kushina by themselves probably had a nigh endless number of enemies. It would probably take a while to come up with a list. I don't even think it was about them, Naruto admitted to his best friend. But that's something I can find out for myself when I get this guy. Tenten pulled away and patted Naruto's arms. Well, I guess we all need our little side projects, she said, offering a small smile. So, we're leaving at dawn? Naruto officially gave up on trying to make this a solo sojourn. There was no way Tenten was going to let that happen, even if he tried sneaking off. We're leaving at dawn. It wasn't surprising. Tenten could be a busybody, and hated being left out of the loop when it came to those close to her. Once she'd gotten wind of what Naruto's plans were, there went his chances of gallivanting off alone to attend to them. He would have done the exact same thing for her. Tsunade smiled as she shared a drink with a close freelance ally of the Senju clan, Katadan. Taking a sip, her brown eyes peered over the top of her saucer at the figure seated before her. He had long, pale blue hair that reached his back, dark green eyes, and a gray formal kimono, common attire for those who were allowed in as guests at the Senju clan's main mansion. Well, he was more than guest. No other guests received the view that this particular man did, of Tsunade in a yukata, hardly able to keep the bountiful assets on her chest in place, barely reaching down to her thighs. It was supposed to be a formal meeting, but there was nothing professional about the proximity between the two, with Tsunade draped all over the man. More romantic than anything else. The quality time was ruined before things could heat up due to the timely arrival of a messenger hawk squawking outside of her room. Dan gave her a curious look, as he knew the Senju clan had a station for their messenger hawks, but Tsunade merely rose to open the door to her suite, allowing the avian inside. Tsunade took the scroll in its possession and allowed it to fly off before heading back inside. Instead of being annoyed at being interrupted, she seemed intrigued by the message she had received. Good news, Tsunadeheim? The man ventured to ask. A short nod came from the powerful woman. That was my brother's hawk, she informed him. I've received reports from Nawaki about something he's been on the trail of for quite some time. Time for Senju Nawaki didn't mean the same as time for most other people. Years could fly by for that man as long as he was buried in something he was interested in. How long is some time? A few years, Tsunade revealed, taking pleasure in the surprised expression on her lover's face. Dan, you should know that Nawaki is very persistent when he finds a treasure he wants. He didn't earn a nickname like the hunter for nothing. Absolutely not. There was no one in the Senju clan that was better at locating the impossible to find than the current clan head's younger brother. Good old Nawaki, Dan said. So just what has he been after? Is he following another myth from the past down the rabbit hole? Tsunade shrugged and placed her message on a desk before walking across the room to go and procure another bottle of sake. It depends on how much stock you place in the old legends. Old legends involving the Sage of Six Paths. She could feel the air rush out of Dan's lungs at the news. My brother is remarkable, she said with a smile tugging at her lips. That's... The man was at a loss for words as Tsunade sat back, smugly sipping from her cup of sake. Tsunadeheim, what has he found? Tsunade waved her hand in a flippant gesture, despite how pleased she was with the news from Nawaki in the field. He hasn't found anything yet. But he is on the trail of 5 powerful artifacts. Weapons that could help us turn the tide of the entire war. The treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. A smile came to Dan's face and he began to laugh. Does he have any help? I would love to volunteer to help him. Shizen would probably be a help in the field as well. It's appreciated, Dan, but we have a unit specifically trained to assist Nawaki whenever he goes on sensitive hunts like this. He probably has more help than he wants, but that's too bad for him. He's too valuable a commodity to be left dangling out in the wilderness by his lonesome. That, and you'd probably never see him around here if he didn't have people out there to drag him back. Dan quipped. He has a serious case of the wanderlust. Tsunade shot him a look with no real heat behind it as she slid open the door to the bath attached to her suite. My brother's unique personality traits aside, this is major opportunity for us. I'm going to begin making plans for a new offensive in the summer. If he finds one of the treasured tools, he'll be poised to find the others quickly. Nawaki was one that could be counted on. Tsunade had no question that if left undisturbed, he would bear fruit. To send word, It meant he was extremely close. There was plenty to feel good about if that were the case. Tsunade undid the obi to her yukata and let the entire garment fall to the floor, revealing her bare body to the elements and giving Dan a grand view from behind. I didn't say I was going to start making plans right this minute. Care to join me in the bath, Kato-san? Dan quickly found his voice and moved to follow the princess of the Senju. It would be my pleasure, Tsunade-heim. He would follow her anywhere she went. However, some of those places were more pleasant than others. With Naruto, when Naruto and Tenten first started out toward the coast, things were a touch awkward for a while. Hours of travel occurred before the odd atmosphere amongst finally came up. Naruto simply couldn't take it any longer. So, what are we doing here exactly? He said. Tenten had felt the same as him, only she didn't say it out loud. Still, she decided to play dumb. Seriously? I know we didn't talk about it directly, but you should still know why I decided I was going with you. She teased. No, I get why you're here. That's not what I'm talking about. A squinting Naruto reached up and pointed over at Kabuto, who was walking off on the other side of Tenten, placing her in between them. I meant more like, what is Kabuto doing here? Tenten rolled her eyes and followed Naruto's, pointing over to the purple-clad young man in glasses. If you haven't noticed, the world is kind of dangerous, and we all don't get up from crippling injuries in a handful of days like you do, she said, directing her comments toward Naruto. Kabuto's a medic. A really good one. That's kind of useful. Naruto gave her an odd look, and then extended it over to Kabuto, who seemed to wilt a bit at Naruto's attention. He knows we're going somewhere really messed up, right? The powerful Jinchuriki asked. Like it's supposed to be worse than here. Which was saying something. The mainland was in a constant state of warfare and danger. There were very few safe places for people to go where it wasn't dangerous. Even then, there were no guarantees whatsoever. Kabuto waved off his concerns. You helped me get away from the 12 Guardian Ninja. Just mixing an antidote you gave me the ingredients for isn't enough to say thanks. At that point, he gave a nervous chuckle. I'm not much good in a fight though, I'm afraid. That's fine. It's what we're here for, Tenten said. As long as you keep those handy heels of yours at the ready, we should be okay. If it's so dangerous, how did you get a ship willing to take you there? The bespectacled medic asked. Or have you even gotten that far in your planning yet? Naruto rubbed his own nose smugly, young man with a plan that he was. We've got a guy that'll take us there. He kind of owes us for letting us sail into a death trap without telling us that one time. We paid Kaiser good money for that too. Tenten recalled. We better get a discount this time, even if it is dangerous. Going anywhere is dangerous, Naruto pointed out. Kabuto looked over at the two old friends. You expect to get into a fight? Just like that? Naruto picked at the inside of his ear and lazily flicked it off into the grass on the side of the road. We always get into fights, so yeah, we do. Besides, Naruto is after someone. Tenten interjected. He definitely wants a specific fight. She almost kept going before realizing she was about to tell her friend's business. Should I tell him or not? Naruto sighed and waved her on. If he's going with us, he might as well know. Not like it's a secret. It's just that nobody believes me. He'd gotten sick of the truth as he knew it falling on deaf ears. No one wanted to stop and hear a story about his attack that came from him of all people. No one knew enough about Jinchuriki to explain things properly, or believe the ones closest to it. Kabuto seemed open enough to listen to the people who'd had a hand in saving his life though. What is it? Tenten took the time to explain. Naruto didn't get possessed by a demon. He isn't Hellspawn, or something stupid like the rumors you hear sometimes in a few places. Someone sealed a biju into Naruto and made him into a Jinchuriki. At that point, Naruto interjected. He might as well specify the fine details of his own story. But I was the only one who saw the guy who did it. Maybe ever. Kabuto nodded and assumed understanding. So you want revenge? At that, Naruto let out an uncertain groan, scratching his head as he considered the question. I don't know. Maybe? It's more like I want answers, and it's not like there's anywhere else I can get them from. That's why we're heading for the source, Tenten said, picking back up where Naruto had left off. Or at least where we think the source is. This was for personal reasons. It had nothing to do with Naruto's father and his aims. It was purely a Naruto thing. And if this person isn't there? Kabuto asked. Both Naruto and Tenten shrugged as though it weren't a big deal. Wouldn't be the first time we ran out to the ass end of nowhere and came up empty-handed. That wasn't exactly the sort of thing a reasonable person wanted to hear when they were told they were headed to Mizuno Kuni. Well, that's just wonderful, Kabuto muttered, keeping it to himself. Kuni, unnamed allied shinobi village, in the spirit of overseeing the early stages of the allied village plan. That was his dream. For the first time in a long time, Namake's Minato had to do something that he hadn't ever had the opportunity to do: stay in one place for an extended period. He hated it. At heart, the man was an adventurer, an explorer. He went places people like him weren't supposed to go, interacted with people that someone like him shouldn't have gotten to speak with. It was dangerous, sure, but he loved it. Never having had a permanent base of operations, he didn't know what it was like to have to remain somewhere. If he had wanted to go somewhere, he could. Granted, that was still well within his power. He had left many Horatian markings all over the elemental nations. If he really wanted to step out and go somewhere for a bit, he could. But he was in charge. What would it say if the person at the head of the idea to combine and form a home didn't even want to stay there? Fortunately, there was plenty to keep him busy. Keeping an eye out for any more enemies after the attack of the 12 Guardian Ninja, greeting the groups that came to join up, and discussing land placements for the clans that turned up to take part. Already, there were problems with the separate factions all amassed nearby. This was going to be the hard part, the true test of his dream and whether or not it had legs. Somehow, he had to find a way to bring all of these different people with different goals and ideals together in order to work for the betterment of them all. It would require a lot of sacrifice from them all. But just what could they be convinced to give up for the would-be greater good? During a break in between one of the many appointments he had set up to meet with members of the village, Minato sat on the roof of a building near the marketplace. Instead of taking note of the bustle that came with all of the brand new denizens of a shinobi nature, he held a Horatian kunai in his hand, staring at it intently. I could leave for like an hour or two, Minato thought to himself, the desire to knock off for a few hours and do something active growing inside of him. We've got some missions backed up. I'm sure I could knock at least one out before the day is over. They wouldn't miss me that much, would they? I swear, if you teleport out of here while there's work to do, I will have your ass whenever you get back. Minato stashed away his signature weapon, dropping down to come face to face with his wife. Hey there, honey! He greeted her, getting a skeptical smile and a raised brow in return. I was just thinking. Kushina deadpanned. Thinking about bolting out of here. The accusations from her eventually drew the truth out of Minato. He had never been great at hiding things from her under any kind of pressure. You know, Naruto could be here doing this, and I could run a few more missions while the getting is good. You could do this yourself too, he said. Never too much money for the village to use, right? We've barely put a dent into the money Kakashi and Naruto got us from Kakuzu's money pit years ago, Kushina said, not having any of his reasoning. I can also go on whatever mission you say you can go do. If you go on a mission, it's just to keep from getting stir-crazy. Kushina, I'm not even 40 yet. I've still got tons of energy to burn. Careful now. Last time you said something like that, we ended up with Kanako. Kushina jogged, getting a lecherous chuckle out of the yellow flash. Kushina didn't budge, however, and pointed sternly at the love of her life. And you are not pawning leadership duties off onto Naruto. He did enough covering for you while we searched for his cure. It's time he does some things for himself. He's been fighting for you, doing everything you need done for the Alliance. He's a boy, not a machine. I know. But aren't you worried? You know where he's going. Not exactly a cakewalk for anyone, even him. Kushina nodded, but otherwise looked unfazed at the thought of Naruto gallivanting off to the most dangerous country in the elemental nations. Of course I am, but he's my son, she said, as if that were that. I trained him. You trained him. Jiraiya trained him. There's a lot of unknowns out there, but we've prepared him as well as anyone possibly could have. Minato grinned and wrapped his arms around his confident wife from behind, setting his chin on her red hair. It's great now that you're so positive. But you weren't saying that back when he was sick. Kushina crossed her arms and glared over her shoulder at her husband. It was almost enough to make him let go. That was different. He can fight anything in Mizuno Kuni and probably win. Last time I checked, you can't punch the plague in the face. Minato let out a hum and placed kiss on top of Kushina's head. Whatever you say, dear, he said before sighing in resignation. I guess I have to go be responsible today. Sometimes I think Kakashi had the right idea trying to stay as a grunt. That brought up another matter that Kushina hadn't had an opportunity to talk about. About Kakashi. She began. Back in Soraku, he got kind of weird when the whole medic thing came up. The frivolity between husband and wife quickly took a bit of a turn at that point. You don't want to open that door, Minato said, immediately shutting her down. It's not my place to tell you what his deal is. But I'm not sure he'll ever tell anyone. It's a dead issue after all. No pun intended. Hitaki Kakashi was a man that preferred to stay busy. It was one of the things that made him the #1 foot soldier for Namikaze Minato and his shinobi alliance. They all had their roles. Minato and Kushina headed things up at the top. Jiraiya did things from the shadows, dealing with the problems that could be resolved before things got out into the open. Naruto and the crews he kept with him dealt with missions for money and positive outreach. As much as possible, of course. Kakashi, on the other hand, did a lot of the bitter work that came with being the outlier on ninja society that their organization was. He was good at it, and he preferred handling as much of that load as he could without leaving it to other people. When Minato dispatched him on missions, he preferred to work alone. He didn't always get what he wanted, though. Sometimes he did have to work with others, even if he didn't necessarily play well with them. He tried to keep those numbers down as much as possible. All right. What exotic part of the world are we leaving our blood all over this time? That was why when Minato told him it was best to refrain from traveling alone for the time being, he decided to go with Anko. Jiraiya-sama and I have been following leads ever since the 12 Guardian Ninja attacked us, Kakashi informed her. We've been trying to determine who sent them after us. Anko gave him an odd look as she walked alongside him, hands shoved into the pockets of her trench coat. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess the Fire Daimyo. Correct, and yet not quite. There was more to it than that. He wouldn't have made that sort of decision on his own. It's common knowledge that shinobi stay out of the Fire Daimyo's way whenever possible. Kakashi divulged. He is a very good client. The man had lots of territory under his command. Lots of land. Lots of money. He could afford his own standing army, as well as mercenary shinobi to come in and take care of more delicate problems. Then there was the 12 Guardian Ninja for his heavy-hitting needs. Well, there had been the 12 Guardian Ninja. There were probably only 1 or 2 left at this point. Anko took in what Kakashi had to say before she started to make her own conclusions. So we're not going after the guy because he has oodles of cash and tons of guys to throw at us. That was part of the reason, yes. And it wasn't a bad reason to have. We're in no position to fight a war. That's what we're trying to put an end to in the first place, remember? Kakashi reminded her. Anko rolled her eyes. Yes, she knew about Minato's whole ideal to try and change the world for the better. What if the guy decides to send a hit squad after our main base again? A concern, to be sure, but not the root of the problem as they knew it. According to Jiraiya-sama's spies, the Fire Daimyo is a fickle man. His attention wavers fairly easily. Kakashi told her. But there's a newcomer in his court. A mysterious man. Anko's eyes widened, finding a new interest in her de facto briefing. Ooh, intriguing. So we're killing that guy? She was a scout and an assassin by trade, possessing a cavalier attitude about the actions that came with her job. At least she was efficient, Kakashi figured. If we can. For now, we need to find out more about him. What do we know about him in the first place? Anko asked, desiring details on their would-be target. Kakashi gave her what he could. He only wished they had more available at the moment. All we have is his name, Danzo, and what he looks like. Other than that, nothing. Anko threw her hands up into the air. So next to nothing? Fantastic. I don't know why I expected this to be easy. I don't do easy. Kakashi deadpanned. In return, he received a middle finger from the purple-haired specialist with him. You could always head back. This is why I don't like bringing other people along on missions like this. Why do you think I keep Naruto away from working with me? Oh, Naruto had been on more than a few missions with Kakashi. These had been encouraged by Jiraiya to make sure his training was paying off, and he had performed admirably. As evidence, these were the days when Naruto had first received the Red Scar nickname. There had been a good reason for that. As Kakashi said, he didn't do easy missions. A predatory grin crossed Anko's face as she got into Kakashi's personal space, staring up into his masked visage. Oh, so you call shipping him off to Mizu no Kuni to chase phantoms an easy detail? She said. You know the kid's hard up for revenge. Why'd you go and send him off like that, Scarecrow? Kakashi reached out and swept her out of the way with his entire arm to clear space. Naruto is a lot more level-headed than most people give him credit for, his parents included. He'd spent enough time with the boy over the years to know as much. Anko continued needling her temporary partner, trying to get him to show some life. Ooh, the loyal dog is speaking up against his master? Sexy. Kakashi didn't rise to Anko's teasing. He had been around her far too long for something like that to faze him. Just because I follow Minato-sama's doctrine and work for him doesn't mean I agree with everything that he says or does, he said with a chuckle. I do have my own thoughts and opinions. I wouldn't be very good at my job if I didn't. You'd be a whole lot less interesting too. Before they could go on any further, Anko moved in front of him, preventing him from ignoring her. You know, I don't get you yet. I've been trying to figure you out for years and I don't think I'm any closer than I was the day we met. You should probably stop trying then, Kakashi suggested, trying to avoid the fact that she was inching nearer and nearer to him every second. There are reasons for everything, including why I don't feel like getting cozy with anyone. I'm a bad choice for that in the first place. Anko set a hand on his chest and stopped him from proceeding. All of a sudden, the joking and flirting was a thing of the past. But you totally get me. Better than anyone else ever has, actually. She was an intense young woman, and she had issues, but it was nothing that put Kakashi off. He had seen real psychopaths and terrible people. Anko was just a product of the environment that nurtured her, much like him. They were good friends and got along extremely well. But that was all. They were friends, and Kakashi had never sought anything more, even knowing that Anko fancied him. Despite his usual callous, often scathing and sarcastic means of expressing himself, it actually hurt Kakashi to shoot her down. Anko, this isn't a good idea. Anko was nothing, if not persistent, waving off Kakashi's attempt at dismissal. I don't have a lot of those. But I know when I want something, and for some god-awful reason, I want you. An attempt to reach up and touch his face was stopped by his iron grip. She waved her hand in his face. Come on, Scarecrow. It's not like I'm not asking you to put a ring on my finger or anything. I know you like me. Kakashi raised his single visible eyebrow in return. I don't dislike you as much as I do other people, no, he specified. See? Anko said with a big grin that quickly mellowed to a more reserved smile. Come on, big guy. What's the deal? I don't bite. Well, I guess I do, but never anything important. It was a joke, but Kakashi wasn't in the mood to joke or play around about this. Everyone I've ever cared about has died in front of me, he bluntly stated. So my solution? Just don't care about anyone else. Ever. The complete lack of empathy from Anko was almost startling. Bullshit. I don't believe that. You care about those kids, Naruto and Tenten. You care about them the way I do about Fu, despite yourself, I know. This, Kakashi could quantify for the sake of his own point. Naruto was my mission. I had to protect him for Minato-sama and Kushina-sama's sakes. Now I don't. It's that simple. Anko stared a hole through Kakashi with her brown eyes before letting the matter drop. Have it your way. I'm more patient than I look. Kakashi watched her head off in the direction they had been going. He seriously doubted that this would be the end of their little conversation, because Anko was just as persistent as she looked, fortunately or unfortunately. She would just choose a different moment to bring it up next time, and it would likely be sooner rather than later, seeing as how they were working together for the time being. The man sighed behind his face mask and shook his head before getting his mind back into the game. And this is why I don't like working with other people. With Naruto, East Elemental Sea, Naruto and Tenten were at their best when they were landlocked. Tenten's weapon style had been developed the way it had because her home village was in an area of plains with few forests. If she could see a target, she could hit it. Naruto, on the other hand, he grew up and trained in a forest. That wasn't to say that he was terrible on water. His home was an island. He had been on plenty of ships and knew his way around them. Kabuto, to their knowledge, had never been on a ship. His entire life had been spent on solid land, situated deep within High no Kuni. Not exactly the most oceanic place in the world, the closest he'd been to the high seas was the occasional venture to a port town. So not too long after setting foot on the large fishing vessel that would take them to Mizu no Kuni, he was stricken with an acute case of seasickness. It was almost funny that the medic was the one among them that had grown ill. It wasn't though, because Tenten had been the same at one point in time. Kabuto pathetically hugged a crate near the center of the ship, quietly moaning pitifully. Every so often, Tenten would stride over to him to sit for a moment, and try to make him feel better. Sorry. The Eastern Sea is choppier than the South. But I've got crackers and water. I can't eat anything right now, Kabuto complained, stomach churning. He wanted to hang out near the edge of the ship for easy access to vomit, but the others had insisted on staying as close to the center of the ship as possible. This is awful. Tenten rubbed his back in an effort to try and soothe him. You should try. If you don't have anything, it'll just be that much worse. Trust me. Kabuto knew this already. He was a medical professional. That being said, the human mind didn't work in that way. He felt that anything going down would just come right back up again, and a deep knowledge of how the human body worked did little to change that. I'll be fine, Kabuto said, trying to be tough and put on a brave face. This is nothing. I'll be fine as soon as I get back on solid ground. How far are we from port? His hopes were quickly dashed by Kaiza. We're still a day and a half out from shore, the man in charge of the ship said, much to Kabuto's chagrin. I mean, that time will probably fly right by. Nice try, Tenten remarked with a grin as Kaiza sheepishly backed away. Kaiza's a fisherman, but he's a brave man. She conversed with Kabuto to take his mind off of his illness. His crew is full of good people too. Kabuto looked around at the crew full of conventional sailors. They were all healthy and in good shape, but warriors they clearly were not. Won't us being here cause trouble for them? There weren't even any weapons on the ship, sans the ones Naruto, Tenten, and Kabuto had on their persons. Kaiza let out another good-natured laugh. Don't you kids worry. There shouldn't be any real trouble, he said. I travel these lanes a lot. We see some clan ships out on patrol sometimes, but we're just a podunk fishing vessel. We don't trade with clans, and we don't have anything worth taking. Another crew member paused in his work on deck to crack a joke. Unless you ninja types are really hard up for fish these days. He got a round of laughs from his crewmates for his troubles. It wasn't that funny, but the cheerful atmosphere made Tenten smile. It was a bright day, and had been an extraordinarily peaceful trip so far. Much more peaceful than what they had been dealing with lately. It wasn't likely to last. Conspicuous by his absence was Naruto, but it didn't take very long to find him. There weren't a lot of people in the world with hair that was quite his shape and color. She found him standing up on a vantage point between the ship's sails, looking out at the ocean. Tenten shook her head at the sight of him. Of course, he would be up at the highest place he could reach, just because. Instead of calling out to him, she climbed her way up to stand with him. What are you doing all the way up here, you weirdo? She didn't get a response at first. His focus was set on something else that not even her presence could disturb. Following Naruto's gaze, Tenten noticed what had caught his attention. A ship heading their way. It was still quite some ways off, but there wasn't anyone on board that had better vision than her. If Naruto could see something that had caught his eye, there was no question that she would as well. Naruto? What is it? She asked, standing next to him to try and get the view he was getting. It only took a matter of seconds for her to pick up on it. Wait, that sail has the same symbol that used to be on a lot of Naruto's clothes and gear. The Uzumaki clan symbol. Oh no. Before she could even turn to reassure him, Naruto hit her with a big wide grin. It's fine, he said, getting a frown out of her. She knew better than to buy that expression straight off. Tenten, it'll be okay, alright? It wasn't okay. They were in a fishing ship. They couldn't outrun an Uzumaki clan vessel. Those things were made to intercept any ship put at sea. But they dash. They won't do anything, Naruto said, rubbing his best friend's shoulder. They don't like me, but they won't start a fight unless they know they can take me down. Tenten's heart sank for Naruto. He was persona non grata as far as his clan was concerned. He had always been the black sheep for various reasons, and those reasons had only grown more numerous as time passed. He didn't want to fight his clansmen, but if they pushed the issue, he would crack as many skulls as he needed to resolve things. Hopefully things wouldn't progress that far. From below, they heard Kaiza hitting on the mast to get their attention before he yelled up to them. Kids, that Uzumaki clan ship is moving up fast. We've got to slow up and let them board. We can't fight them. Both Tenten and Naruto jumped down to speak with the captain. We wouldn't expect you to. the kunoichi of the group said. Do you want us to hide? Naruto shook his head before an answer could be given. I don't think it matters, he said to Tenten before talking to the captain. Kaiza, didn't you say you take this way all the time? And no one ever bothers you? Yeah, unless there's trouble they're keeping an eye out for, the Uzumaki don't really mess with me. We've offloaded some of our catches with them sometimes. They pay well. I've never had any problems. With as many times as Kaiza apparently traveled there, they would know his ship, and there wasn't exactly a lot of room for the man to smuggle war materials or a dangerous force anywhere near Yuzuno-kuni. Even if he could, the Uzumaki clan wasn't at war with anyone in particular. Naruto shut his eyes and breathed deeply out of his nose. They know we're here, he concluded. Hiding won't matter. Hiding would actually make things worse for Kaiza. He's going to catch hell for transporting us in the first place. Tenten rebutted, hands on her hips. Naruto didn't agree. No, he won't. He's not a ninja. He lives his life on the water, not dealing with shinobi world bullshit. He doesn't know what's my deal is with them. The way the Uzumaki clan treated him aside, they wouldn't do anything to an upstanding merchant just because he gave him passage on his ship. At least he hoped not. He recoiled in pain when Tenten slugged him in the arm. Our deal, you ass? Your problems are my problems. So what do we do? Naruto took a moment to mull it over before shrugging to himself and hopping onto the railing on the side of the ship. I'm just gonna see what they want. They want to kill you. Tenten pointed out with a raised brow. The weapons lady had a point, but Naruto also had one. Well, we've got a medic, he said, pointing to the seasick Kabuto before jumping off onto the surface of the water. Tenten took a look back at Kabuto, who was still fighting a losing war with his stomach. She rolled her eyes before following suit. That doesn't mean we have to use him. If he was going to march straight into the face of hostile forces, he wouldn't be doing it alone. Not on her watch. A ship full of Uzumaki clan naval shinobi watched in awe and anger as two lone shinobi marched from a stationary ship that they had been trying to catch up to for hours. Anger and awe at Uzumaki Naruto. He had been one of them at one time. Him and his mother, instead, he had become a ticking time bomb amongst them, and his mother had betrayed her good friend, their benevolent leader, for the sake of her anarchist of a lover. Who does he think he is? One of them muttered, chomping at the bit to take Naruto down a peg as he and Tenten strode their way across the surface of the water. Marching over here like some kind of badass. We can take him out right now. Do not engage, the officer in charge demanded. He isn't attacking, so we won't prompt him to. Younger, more exuberant members of the crew, closer to Naruto's age, didn't like this idea whatsoever. But we can handle him. He's not that tough. The ones closer to his age remembered what he was like back when he lived with them. He had been the pariah, the odd man out. None of them played with him or trained with him, so he never seemed very strong. After he had up and fled the island years ago, it was hard to reconcile that child with what he had become in the interim. The young could be remarkably foolhardy, and young Uzumaki clan ninja were most of the population that served on their ships. It was their version of border patrol. Fortunately, there were older individuals on board that could rein them in, namely the captain. The lead rabble-rouser was grabbed by the collar and thrown back across the deck, sliding on his backside until he hit the mast. He looked up at his livid superior, who glared down at him. I'm not letting anyone under my command get killed doing something so stupid. Do you honestly think any of you can stand up to him? Another older Uzumaki clan member shook his head as he gazed sternly at the younger ilk. Many of them were no older than 16. Some were as young as 13. What did they know? Nothing. How many battles have you all seen, really? He asked rhetorically. Survive a campaign or two on the mainland and come back to Yuzuno-kuni. Maybe then you'll have a better perspective of what things are like, and the kind of person it takes to survive out there. The Uzumaki clan was lucky. They were geographically isolated from the problems of the rest of the world, and their leader was easily powerful enough all on his own to deter anyone looking to try and exploit them regardless. However, this led a lot of their younger generations of ninja to be spoiled. The next step for the youngsters doing patrols on ships, however, was to take missions on the mainland on their own. That would truly separate the wheat from the chaff. Until then, they were a bunch of raw prospects. Young, dumb, and full of, you know. They thought they were ready for real action. They thought they wanted real action. When they finally got it, if they survived it, they would long for the days of boring border patrols on the island and at sea. I don't know if he lived this long out there because he's a Jinchuriki, or if he did it on his own strength. Either way, that definitely means he's stronger than all of you," the captain said. "If anyone takes him on, it won't be Lot." And with that, they let Naruto advance to the ship the rest of the way without trying to subdue him. He and Tenten walked onto the deck with no resistance whatsoever. Both boy and girl stood back to back as a semicircle of seafaring shinobi surrounded them. Naruto scanned the crowd for faces he remembered. It had been a long time since he had been so close to any of his former clan members. He tried to avoid them whenever he could because his parents told him so. It normally wasn't a problem, seeing as how they kept to the seas around their home. Seas that he thought he had gotten Kaiser to sail out of range of. There was a tense silence between the two sides. Naruto could feel behind him how tense Tenten was. She was just waiting for an excuse to start beating people down. She had always taken it hard how he had been treated by what was supposed to have been family, sometimes even worse than he did. On the side facing the ocean, out of sight of the others, he reached behind himself and gave her hand a quick squeeze, prompting her to relax a bit. With that done, Naruto tried to break the ice with a smile. "Hey there everybody! Anyone remember me?" A misstep, as his smiling was more infuriating than comforting. One of the younger clan members stepped forward brazenly. "Are you out of your mind? You're going to walk over here like we won't kill you!" Naruto looked around at the amassed force of Uzumaki clan shinobi, keeping his posture strong and straight. "You haven't yet," he said. "So you did know I was here. I didn't think we'd made any trouble on our way to the coast." Tenten shook her head. "We didn't. You really were on your best behavior. I was proud of you," she said with a cheeky smile. If Naruto was going to try and be professional, she would be the one throwing rocks at the beehive, just to show how secure she felt in being there by herself with Red Scar. "Not one fight or anything. Very peaceful. That doesn't happen a lot." Naruto went along with Tenten's casual tone of conversation. "It really doesn't. It makes it hard to go on vacations and stuff. I haven't had any real time off in forever." Tenten made a show of pouting. "That's right. You never take me anywhere anymore, Naruto." It took a moment for her words to sink in. A shiver went down her spine. "Wow, that really made it sound like we were dating, didn't it?" Even Naruto had to shoot her an uncomfortable look over his shoulder. "It was kinda weird. Don't ever say something like that again, would you?" Enough. The banter between the two friends was interrupted by the Uzumaki clan captain. "You don't need to know how we found you, Red Scar." Naruto frowned at the older man. In another life, he might have served on the man's ship like so many of the kids there. "You can use my name, you know." The captain shrugged his shoulders in response. "Whatever you wish, Namikaze." Tenten felt anger at the intentional slight against Naruto. It was completely a transparent insult. He had never gone by his father's surname. "That's not his name." No one on the other side budged on the matter. "He isn't one of us anymore, so we won't call him an Uzumaki. And he isn't a friend or an ally, so we won't use his given name either." An older Uzumaki clan member said. "He's either Red Scar or he's Namikaze. Those are his options." Naruto clenched his fists, but let his anger pass moments later. The matter of his family name wasn't a hill worth dying on. Not when they didn't even want him. He knew who he was and where he had come from. That was what mattered the most. "What do you want? I'm not anywhere near Yizu." Tenten had made it a point to make sure Kaiser would keep a wide berth from the Uzumaki-held island, and the last time they checked, the clan hadn't made any territorial grabs to expand that would change the sea lanes. "Don't tell me this is a hunter team, because that would be, wow." There were lots of baby-faced recruits that bristled at what could have been perceived as an insult. Naruto hadn't meant it as one, but that didn't stop them from perceiving it as one, or Tenten from smirking because of it. Before tensions could rise again, a girl pushed her way through the crew and into Naruto's direct line of sight. When Naruto first saw her, it took him a moment to put her current face with her old one. Not long though. "Oh. I guess I figured out how you found me here across the whole goddamn ocean," he said, sounding dejected. "Hey, Karen." Karen still had her hair that was unkempt on one side, as well as her glasses. Her outfit consisted of a long-sleeved lavender blouse that exposed her navel despite the belt around her stomach, little black shorts, and long black thigh-high stockings with black sandals. She didn't look that much different than she used to. Just a lot more grown up. She moved over to the shinobi in charge of the vessel and pulled him aside momentarily. Captain, I want to talk to him. The captain's eyes bugged out. He looked back and forth between Naruto and Karen. Talk to him? We weren't even supposed to approach him. The task they had undertaken to locate Naruto was merely to observe and report. Only a select few had clearance to engage him in any way. We were to verify that you were sensing him correctly, confirm that he was in these waters, and that was all. Karen knew this. After all, she was the one that had guided them to him in the first place. But we're here now. He's here now. She tried to reason. He's not going to do anything. And even if he did, who's going to stop him? Any of us? Not likely. Tenten took the opportunity of discussion between Karen and the captain to get some answers from Naruto. Who is this supposed to be? She whispered. That young woman was their age. The same age as most of the rest of the crew that were either scared of Naruto or overeager to engage him in battle. Yet she seemed to be strong-willed, more certain of herself than even the officers on board. Naruto kept his eyes on the conversation Karen was having with the captain as he answered. She's my cousin. That was almost enough of an answer to satisfy Tenten, until she realized just how little it really explained. Everyone here is technically your cousin somehow, aren't they? Naruto couldn't help but grin at the very factual statement, calling him on his BS. This is the cousin that used to pick on me, he replied. Tenten raised an eyebrow and silently gestured to the redhead with glasses that they were referring to, and then back to him. How she could have ever bullied him in any way was beyond her. Naruto's cheeks turned red. I used to be the runt, okay? And I wasn't really in a position to fight back at the time. Excuses, but she would let it slide for now. All right. Tenten backed off, a thought in mind that there was a time and a place for everything. I'm so gonna mess with you about this later. Just be ready for that. For now though, gotta make you look strong. Speaking of things that made him look strong, it was that moment where the nine-tailed fox took the opportunity to make his presence known to Naruto. What do you mean used to be the runt? You're still a runt as far as I'm concerned. Naruto's body quivered with the surprise at hearing Kurama's voice in his head. As seriously? You've been silent for like a week, and you wake up now? Take your ass back to sleep. Kurama considered the request for a moment. The happenings of humans only mattered to him in the slightest when they involved his Jinchuriki. No, I don't think I will. It looks like you're a hair's breadth away from stepping into some shit. I want to watch this. You're not gonna help? Meh. You suck, Naruto thought to himself with finality, ceasing the conversation with the creature sealed inside of him. By then, the conversation between Karen and the ship's captain seemed to be wrapping up. 10 minutes. That's all you have, then he's off the ship, the man declared before giving instructions to the other members of the crew. Signal to the fishing vessel to remain where it is. Keep an eye on Red Scar and the girl. And with that, Karen was left alone with Naruto and Tenten. As alone as they could be as two suspicious characters on a military ship. It had been over 4 years since Naruto and Karen had stood face to face with each other. Unfortunately, they didn't have much to say to each other. They hadn't ever been particularly close. Noticing the awkward atmosphere between them, Tenten cleared her throat and spoke first. How'd you get the captain to agree to this? Karen turned to look at the girl she didn't know. They must have trusted each other for her to walk with him in the open right up to their ship. Naruto is my first cousin, she said. I just had to convince him that he wouldn't do anything here that would actually hurt me. Right? Naruto stared her down for several seconds before saying anything. Right. I totally wouldn't. Karen took a nervous step back. I don't like how long it took you to answer that. The strong, confident figure from before slowly started to realize just who she was standing in front of. This wasn't the same little boy she used to know. Not even close. He'd seen and done too much. More than she had, that much was certain. She was useful, with her special abilities, so she saw action more than most others her age. Still, it paled in comparison to what Naruto had experienced. He looked more powerful. And that was before she ever even tried to take a look at his chakra. Up close, it was intimidating to see. He could crush her if he wanted to easily. He could crush everyone on the ship. Only the veterans would have a chance to survive against him, and that chance was slim to none. She really hoped that he was as nice as he used to be, and that this wasn't a mistake. Her answer came soon enough, when Naruto finally spoke to her for real. So, mind's eye of the Kagura, huh? I hate that jutsu. despite the fact that it was more than likely that his own little sister was developing it for herself. You sensing me out across the seas now? There was a measure of joking in his tone. It was enough to set Karen more at ease than before. You need to give me more credit than that. I felt you coming back when you were on the mainland. What are you doing in these parts? Naruto shrugged. Heading to Mizuno-kuni. Tenten smacked him on the arm, but he didn't care. They had nothing to hide. They weren't doing anything wrong, nor were they doing anything that would threaten the Uzumaki clan. I'm looking for something. Not that I'm expecting any of you to help, since no one did the first time when I really needed someone to. There were still hard feelings there. Then again, how could they not be? Things hadn't been forgotten by the Uzumaki clan itself, so how could it have been forgotten by the person that had been affected the most? How did one respond to that? There was nothing Karen could have said to smooth things out between them. Leaning on your cousin in public a bit because he was the odd duck of the clan was one thing. Turning your back on him entirely after he was outcast was another. There was nothing anyone could have done, Naruto. It was Nagato-sama's orders. When I told him what I felt in you, it's because it scared me. I thought I was helping. She had been 10 years old. A child. No older than he had been, really. She hadn't known that telling Nagato what she had told him about Naruto's chakra would have led to him being marked for death, would have led to him having to flee for his life. Smart girl. Kurama rumbled from within Naruto's mind. She's still scared of me. And she should be. The thing was, she had done the right thing at first. The original seal that stuck Kurama into Naruto, the one that she had gotten the biggest feeling from, had made him a ticking time bomb. That gave Naruto little to no solace, however. It was hard to reconcile fact with any kind of reason when it affected him so badly, and it hadn't been within his power to do anything. There was just so much anger inside of Naruto, and he had nowhere to place it. Not unless he wanted to take a run at Nagato and vent on his former village leader. It just burned in him, and there was nothing he could do with it. That was why he wanted to find the masked man. Everything bad that happened in Naruto's life as far as he knew more or less started with him. But it didn't with Karen. You know, for a long time I just wanted to go home, he said with a deep sigh, running a hand through his spiky locks. But it doesn't matter anymore. There's no point. Even if everything got scrubbed away today, I could never go back. I don't think I ever really liked it there in the first place. Mizuno-kuni was beautiful, and Naruto enjoyed the land itself. Other than that, he couldn't think of any reason he would have wanted to stay there. While life on the mainland had been difficult, he had experienced many things and met many people. He wouldn't have given any of that up for the world. Karen visibly flinched at being told that he didn't like anything about their home. Not at all. You didn't like anything? Not even me? You weren't ever really nice to me. Right. Tenten took the momentary pause that followed the exchange between the two cousins to cut in. Will anyone hunt us while we're in Mizuno-kuni? For the first time in minutes of the conversation, Karen remembered that Tenten was also there. I don't think so, she said. We're not equipped for that sort of thing, so it won't be us. And no one wants to set foot in that place. If anything, there might be hunters waiting for you to leave and head back. Tenten raised an eyebrow at how forthcoming she was with this information. Why are you telling us all of this? Won't this be a problem for you? Didn't she want Naruto put down just as much as the rest of his clan? Karen let out a small laugh. Does it matter? Will hearing that make you turn back? Naruto scoffed and shook his head in the negative. Didn't think so. Whether you know it or not, it may happen and it may not. After running into them there, chances were that Naruto and Tenten would be on their guard for the trip back to the mainland anyway. There had to be a reason that Naruto had lasted as long as he had with as many people wanting him dead as there were. Part of it might have been Tenten, as she seemed to be extremely protective of Naruto. From the moment they had set foot on the ship, she hadn't moved out of a position to protect Naruto's blind spot and keep an eye on every other member of the crew. It was a shame that a girl who shared no blood relation with him whatsoever supported him more than an entire island full of people who did. Karen's shoulders dropped. She walked over to the railing and peered over the side at the clear blue water, waves washing against the side of the ship. I don't hate you, Naruto. I never did. It was just… I don't know. She waved her hand flippantly, as though she were letting her own thought fly away. You two should probably go. It's almost been 10 minutes. Naruto looked over to where the captain had gone, still watching them like a hawk. Good for him. He would have loved to see just how the man was going to enforce his time limit on them. You were going to say something, he said to his bespectacled relative. Karen, we might not see each other again. You might as well just spit it out. At first, she didn't respond. After a few seconds, though, her fingertips began to drum off of the railing, and her body began to fidget. Naruto just stood back and waited for her to speak up. He wouldn't leave until she did. However, despite wanting her to spill her guts, he didn't expect what eventually came out of her mouth. Unable to take it anymore, Karen wheeled around, a cursed look on her face. I didn't know things were going to happen the way they did. I didn't want you to die, and I didn't want you to never come back. You or Auntie Kushina! She exclaimed, startling Naruto, both at her message and the intensity behind it. It all just happened so fast. One day you were there, and none of the kids knew what was going to happen to you, and the next you were gone. And Auntie wouldn't tell me anything for months. And then she was gone. By now, she had wrapped her arms around Naruto in a hug. It was one that he had not been prepared for in the slightest. Tenten had almost drawn a weapon and stabbed her until she realized there were no ill intentions in Karen's actions. Uncertain of what to do, Naruto uncomfortably patted Karen on the back. By now, the entire ship's crew was looking at them oddly. I tracked you down out here because it was the first and best chance I had to talk to you or her again. Karen said. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. Naruto was stunned. We should probably go, he said, breaking contact with Karen. Take care of yourself. We'll see each other again. The way he and Tenten departed was unceremonious to say the least. They just left. He didn't know if what he'd left Karen with was true or not. He had to say something. And he had no idea how to gracefully exit after that. The entire thing had been a difficult experience. A part of him felt like fighting them would have been easier than what he just dealt with. At least that would have been simple. The return to Kaiser's fishing vessel was at least double time quicker than they had left it. Naruto didn't look back, even when Tenten did, looking between the Uzumaki clan ship and her best friend. That whole thing was awkward. From start to finish. She pointed out. Want to talk about it? Hell no. Naruto immediately replied. I want to go to Mizu, find the masked man, prove he exists, and beat his ass until I feel better about life. He finished, punching into his palm. Okay. Tenten said, seemingly letting the issue drop, for all of 10 seconds. You sure? I mean, the tension was so thick back there. I'm pretty sure a Digitsu Kekkei Genkai could make it out. I miss Shino. Naruto lamented. He would have totally stopped talking by now. Tenten kicked a splash of water his way as a rebuttal. On to Mizu no Kuni it was.